Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Sunday. I hope that everybody's doing well and swell, and I hope that you slept well. I hope that you're having a great weekend too. Thank you so much for joining me here. Um, I was definitely planning to get to y'all live this weekend. And to be honest, I toyed with a few different ideas that I wanted to present with y'all, but given the commentary that I've been seeing, over the last 24 to 48 hours, I felt like this topic was a needed topic. And today was the most perfect day to address this topic. I wanted to go ahead and do this topic as well here on Sunday because after I'm done with my commentary, I will be doing an open panel in which I will drop my link for people to come up if they want to engage in a dialogue or a discussion. Today is a great day for this topic. Now, I also want to say what makes this day even more special for this particular topic is most of y'all are not aware of it, but the month of June, which is tomorrow, it marks Pride Month. So, tomorrow I will be saying Happy Pride Month. Be out loud, be proud, love and cherish who you are, appreciate who you were born to be, who God created you to be, appreciate walking this earth and the impact that your life is meant to leave behind. You are meant to leave a lasting impression in this world. Gay people, I've heard so much talk about the topic of gays, and then I witnessed them turn the topic into this argument about the plight of a black man and the woe is me of a black man and all of these things. A black man wants to be viewed as the strongest man alive until it comes to owning his sexuality. He walks around wishing to be viewed as the strongest person, most fiercest person, most scariest person, most competitive person, up until it comes to owning his sexuality. Ownership of sexuality is not a daunting task. It's simply taking a step back and acknowledging the truth. Owning one's sexuality is acknowledging the truth and being fully transparent to those that you love and to the people around you. Happy Pride Month. Tomorrow will be Pride Month, and also to commemorate Pride Month starting tomorrow, I have to give y'all Zulu. Zulu wishes y'all a happy Pride Month to all of my paying members. If you check your members emojis, you will see a new emoji has been added to your collection. The new emoji is Zulu celebrating Pride Month. He says, "Love is love. Happy Pride Month." And he has his hand up in solidarity. He says, "Power to the gay people. Power to the people. Power to the gays, power to the lesbians, power to the community." Good morning to LaDon, member. Good morning to Creole, member. Good morning to everybody coming in. Thank you. So now that I went on ahead and gave y'all a brief open, and let y'all know exactly why it's very important for me to present this discussion with y'all on today. Given that June is on the horizon, it starts tomorrow. Good morning, Raytrix, moderator member. I'll go ahead and begin with my discussion. Let me take Zulu down. Thank you. So, as I've been watching everybody do their commentary about this, well, first off, the beef sector has been dealing with this whole computer gate thing for almost 2 years. 2 years too long. We have listened to this story from each side, on and on and on, about how one person felt violated because of him carelessly leaving his computer in the hands of someone else, and how his computer was rummaged through and screenshots and photos were taken in order to hold over one's head. And the person I'm speaking of is the Billy Goat. The Billy Goat has reminded us for the last almost 2 years that he had this experience when it came to his computer. He felt like he was outed. He says that Lemon is a horrible person and should be admonished for his wrongdoings and for going through the computer and outing him or forcing him out of the closet. Now, I'm not here to tell you who is right or who is wrong in this scenario. I'm here to give you my perspective on why, when this first came out almost 2 years ago until today in 2023, in 2023, my goodness, until today in 2026, y'all. Child, I tried to go back to 2023. I don't know why. Shit. 2023 was when I had my probation. I damn sure don't want to go back there. But all jokes aside, 2026, today in 2026, when I hear them talk about this, what I often see is that there is one layer of the discussion that is overlooked, one layer of the discussion that is missed. And so I want to go ahead and bring that discussion to you guys. And good morning to Tebay. Now, let's talk about the DL man, shall we? Because when I analyze this situation that we've seen going on between Lemon and the Billy Goat for this time, when I take a step back and I look at it, the first thing that I see on the surface is the lesser of two evils. You may sit back and you might be like, what do you mean the lesser of two evils? Are you calling the Billy Goat and Lemon the lesser of two evils? Are you saying that depending on which side you choose, you are choosing the lesser of two evils? When I say the lesser of two evils, I am not speaking directly about Lemon and the Billy Goat. When I look at the lesser of two evils, I look at one evil is the effects in outing a man. When you out a man, one person is affected. And the one person affected is that man that you outed. The other evil, however, is enabling a man to remain DL. When you enable a man to remain DL, it doesn't affect just one person, it affects many people. So this is why I approach this as the lesser of two evils. Which one is the most evil at? Out in a man that affects one person, or enabling a man to remain DL, which affects many? Now, as you can see, my stance about this for as long as this has been going on, I feel that the lesser of the two evils is out in the man. And I will out that man in a heartbeat. Why? Because out in that man only affects one person. But enabling a man to remain DL affects many. Good morning to Larker. Good morning to Black Pearl. So now we'll go ahead and talk about the DL man. Let me go ahead and get my screen to share. Let's see. Where is my screen share? Oh, here it is. The DL man. All right. And let me go ahead and remove my overlay of the man in the closet. The term DL, which is down low, originates from African American vernacular English and refers to men who are secretive about their same sex attractions or sexual encounters. While it largely describes men who outwardly present as straight and have female partners, the definition has evolved and broadened across modern dating culture. The core concept and origins. The traditional definition. Historically, the down low refers to men who have sex with men but do not identify as gay or bisexual. Often, these men maintain relationships or marriages with women while secretly having sexual encounters with other men. The origin, the term gained national attention in the early 2000s, popularized by media and books, such as J.L. King's 2004 book, On the Down Low. Cultural context. In its earliest usage, it was specifically tied to the Black community and represented a distinct identity from being closeted. DL men historically maintained a distinct cult of masculinity and avoided the broader LGBTQ plus community to preserve their straight public persona. Evolution of the term. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Evolution of the term, broadening usage. Today, DL is frequently used on dating apps and hookup apps like Grindr as a general catch-all term for anyone seeking discretion. Discretion versus identity. In main stage usage, people often use it interchangeably with discreet, meaning the person wants to keep their sexual orientation, kinks, or specific hookups private from their family, workplace, or spouse. Online conflation. Across general internet culture, DL is occasionally conflated with all closeted or bisexual men. Though this usage often flattens the nuanced history and experiences of men who prefer compartmentalized or secret dating lives. For a breakdown of the history, evolving definition, and cultural impact of the term DL, it lists a few sources here. but I'm not going to get into those sources. But now that we went on ahead and got that right here, by definition and exactly the origin and the backstory of the DL man, we can see that the origin is in the African American community. It's quite rare that you hear other cultures of people talking about DL men in their community. I mean, of course, DL men exist everywhere, but specifically, the term was coined in the African American community because in the African American community, in certain households, due to religious beliefs, and due to hypermasculinity within the patriarchal um figure within said household, being out and proud as a young boy is frowned upon, even viewed as taboo, even viewed as taboo. And even with me knowing this part of the African American community, because, being a lesbian, I went through the phases of the coming out process as a young girl. So I know exactly the ups and downs and the highs and lows of it all. But again, like what I said at the beginning of my presentation, truth, living in one's truth, is the name of the game. Now, let me go ahead and say good morning to anybody else that came in. Good morning to Bella. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to Sonia. Good morning to Robin, moderator member. Good morning to everybody. So now that we went on ahead and looked at that part, I'm going to go ahead and make myself big here. And I'm going to talk to y'all a little bit more. So I did do some research. I looked at a few different YouTube shorts. I also did a few searches as it relates to Google and social media and things like that in order to gather talking points. I actually took a little time yesterday to prepare myself for this. And then also I woke up in the wee hours of the morning and kind of tried to fine tune what I wanted to present, because I want to be able to teach y'all something, especially here in the beef sector. I want this to be a live that transcends the beef sector, and hopefully it can be a teachable live to everyone, whether you are gay or straight. I did go through and try to pinpoint a few traits as it relates to the DL man. And that's the reason why I titled this Diabolical and Dangerous: The Manipulative Psychology of the DL Man. Because I wanted to analyze their psychology and the reason, and I wanted to provide evidence and reasoning behind why I feel like outing a man is the lesser of two evils, and therefore I will out that man every time versus enabling a man to remain DL. The first point that I wanted to make to y'all is that DL men are good at gaslighting. They are impeccable gaslighters. I know in many instances across this sector, we've heard people talk about being gaslit, but DL men are the masterminds of gaslighting. They are actually good at gaslighting, and they are good at gaslighting you because they are good at gaslighting themselves. The reason why DL men are so successful at lying to you is because each and every day they lie to themselves. Each and every day they look in the mirror and convince themselves that they are a heterosexual man. It's almost in a sense that DL men go out into the world and fake it until they make it. But you can fake it until you make it all day long. But the fact remains, you are still a fake. You will always be a fake. You will always be gaslighting and lying to others. Now, I did want to go ahead and touch on gaslighting just a bit with y'all. Even though most of us are familiar with the term gaslighting, but just in case you're not, gaslighting is an insidious form of emotional abuse and psychological manipulation where a perpetrator systematically distorts the truth. This causes the victim to question their own memories, perception of reality, and sanity. Over time, the goal is to make the victim dependent on the abuser. The common tactics and phrases: denial, flatly denying that events occurred or that conversations took place; shifting blame, turning an argument around so that the victim is made to feel responsible; minimizing, dismissing the victim's feelings or needs as invalid or countering, questioning the victim's memories of events. Specifically, when we talk about the psychology of the DL man, though, we are only honing in on the denial. Flatly denying that events occurred or that conversations took place. I want y'all to take that and put that up in the back of put that in the back of y'all's minds as we proceed. Now, my next point that I wanted to tell y'all about is that DL men know how to manipulate in a specific kind of way because they've been doing it for so long. DL men started off being manipulative as young boys. They started as children. They aren't just manipulating you, they are manipulating everybody around them, y'all. They manipulate everybody around them in order to please the people around them. And typically, that manipulation starts at home and even at school. They think that they are getting away with manipulating everyone around them by getting everyone to think that they are straight and not gay, or at the very least, bisexual. My next point: nothing about DL men is true. Now, that's the one that's really hard for people to believe and understand. But you must know that nothing, absolutely nothing about a DL man is true. Everything about the DL man is built on a lie. And I do mean every single thing. The lies start pretty small, but then the lies start to build. They grow, they get bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, just sit back and imagine when a person gets so used to looking people in their eyes and lying to them and gaslighting them. When a person gets so used to looking themselves in the mirror and lying to themselves and gaslighting themselves, that begets a toxic person. And DL men are very toxic. DL men are toxic to the Black community. And see, that was one of the talking points that I was waiting on the B sector to touch in on. But as I noticed people discussing this, nobody ever really honed into that fact of just how toxic they are to the Black community, to the Black household, and to the Black family, to everyone who surrounds them and everyone who loves them. That toxicity, good morning to AK, and good morning to member. That toxicity that I'm speaking of, y'all, is what actually wreaks havoc towards the Black community, which is another reason why I prefer to out a man versus enabling a man to remain DL. Because when you enable that man to remain DL and remain that toxic individual, it affects our entire community and the Black family. You have to understand that from a young age, DL men learn to get people to think the way they want them to think. From a very early age, these young boys program themselves to make you think what they want you to think. They manipulate you as little bitty kids. They often seek validation as young boys, seeking validation at home and in the school. For example, they start to become the person that their parents want them to be, because they know that they are gay, or they know that they are curious, they know that they are questioning, they know something is going on, but they want to be what their parents want them to be. So they deny the truth. They are just looking for acceptance as kids. And that comes with manipulating people's thoughts and what they want people to think about them. DL men are master manipulators. And before I even get into the master manipulation of it all, I want to talk to y'all about psychological manipulation. And please like my video if you have not. So, psychological manipulation here. Psychological manipulation is the use of underhanded, deceptive tactics to influence or control others for personal gain. It typically exploits a victim's vulnerabilities or blind spots, creating an intentional power imbalance. Core concepts and traits: the dark triad. Manipulative behaviors are heavily associated with three overlapping personality traits: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. Exploitation of empathy. Manipulators often hook victims through their own desire for validation, love, and security. They rarely start as villains, often initially presented as incredibly charming or attentive. Common tactics: we already covered gaslighting, subtly rewriting events or denying reality to make you doubt your own memory, perception, or sanity. Isolation: cutting you off from friends, family, or support system so that you become entirely dependent on the manipulator for validation. Guilt tripping and blaming: making you feel responsible for the manipulator's problems or playing the victim to make you comply with their demands. This is what we see going on in the beef sector for almost 2 years. This one right here, y'all. This one right here. Guilt tripping and blaming, making you feel responsible for the manipulator's problems. Don't y'all see that? Y'all don't hear me. The Billy Goat has been out here for almost 2 years making the beef sector feel responsible for his problems. currently we see him rearing his ugly head and playing the victim to make us comply with his demands. On an individual basis, he has tried to play victim to make others comply with his demands. And one of his primary demands is don't support Lemon. Don't be on Lemon's panel. Don't spend more time supporting Lemon's channel than you support his channel. Don't be sharing Lemon's videos and not sharing his videos. Don't be regularly clicking Lemon's link, but don't click his link. Don't be super chatting or cash apping Lemon and not supporting him. But the guilt tripping and the blaming, making you feel responsible for his problems, is his problem that he left his computer with a bunch of strangers. That's his problem. It's his problem that he experienced clout chasing gone wrong, where he chased clout so much so that he chased clout right into booking a trip with a bunch of complete strangers that he had only known of on the internet for a matter of 5 or 6 months. That's his problem. It's not our responsibility. His mental anguish is not our responsibility. The mental the mental things that come with this lie being revealed is not our problem. It's not our responsibility. It's his problem. I need y'all to keep in mind, but we're going to move on. Love bombing. Using excessive flattery and affection early on to lower your defenses, only to withdraw it later to control your behavior. The love bombing is exactly what he's done to most of his supporters. The love bombing is what he's done to the content creators. I've watched the Billy Goat. I've sit here from afar and watched the Billy Goat love bomb the hell out of a lot of y'all, only to withdraw it later to control your behavior. Lady Nika, YouTube cameras, Brianna Simone Pettyville, Diva Tomboyish, Ness No Mess, or Ness No Flesh, just to name a few. I watched that damn Billy Goat love bomb the hell out of all of those creators that I just said, only to withdraw it later to control their behavior. And then once he realized he could not control them, he threw a temper tantrum and then started guilt tripping and blaming them, trying to make them responsible for his problems. And he started playing the victim to make them comply with his demands. Y'all, I hope y'all following me. Now, the next thing, shifting the goalposts. Changing expectations or demands so you are constantly working to keep them satisfied, never quite reaching the finish line. He moves the goalposts all the time. But again, this is a DL man that we were talking about, a DL man that continues to make a fuss about the fact that he was outed from the closet. Now, there are ways to protect yourself from this type of person. Understanding the dynamics of manipulation is the first step towards neutralizing it. Experts recommend the following strategies: identify the behavior, explicitly name the manipulative tactic to break the illusion, set firm boundaries, state clearly what you will and will not accept and stick to it. Number 3, trust your gut. If a conversation or relationship constantly leaves you feeling confused or disempowered, trust your instincts rather than second guessing yourself. Deepening your understanding of these tactics can be highly protective. And then it gives you a couple of resources. Now, let me go ahead and get back over here. Yes, please like the video as you all come in. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and give myself the big screen. Like the video as you come in. Thank you. And thank you so much, Robin and Raytrix, for being in here to moderate, and anybody that's in the clouds. So I already talked to y'all about DL men learning to manipulate people into thinking the way they want them to think from a young age, from as young as a young boy. One example that I can give you, outside of them wanting to become who their parents want them to be, I can also tell you that this is probably around the time that they will create rumors that they are getting with girls to get the people off their back. DL men start this very early on, as early as middle school and high school, y'all. Y'all better understand, because they already know that they gay in middle school and high school. They already know. And by the time they reach that age in life, they've already been told that they were gay. They've already been called gay. They've already been picked on. They've already been called sissy. They've already been called punk. They've already been called some of these names. And in order to combat these names and an attempt to make people think what they want them to think, an example is creating a rumor about themselves, where they will create a rumor about them and some little girl that they was with or they was trying to be with, knowing damn well that's a whole lie. And they will even feed into this lie so much so to circulate that rumor about some girl across the middle school yard and the high school yard, just to get people talking about them and some girls, so that people will stop stating the obvious and calling them gay and calling them sissies and calling them punks, those types of names, calling them Yaggets and those types of names. DL men slowly regress into the closet because people are calling them gay. They regress into the closet, which, let me go back because I'm talking about the closet again. They regress into the closet in hiding. Good morning, Patricia Alexander. Good morning to everybody coming in. They stay in the closet, but actually the better one would be this. This is them hiding in the closet, y'all. Until they get found out or until they get outed, then this happens. Because they done got caught. They done got caught. They are no longer being able to convince you of these lies. DL men learn how to manipulate people within their lives. And specifically, one example that I came across while I was doing some research, and this actually came from a DL man himself, or a former DL man, rather. The former DL man stated that he used to use the two lies and the truth game when speaking to people and staying on the DL. And when I heard him describe this, it got me to thinking this two lies and the truth. Most of y'all, we've heard of that game that you could play with, new people that you are getting to know. Sometimes you might play this game as an icebreaker, or, play this game with coworkers, or play this game with, at some type of meetup where you're meeting a whole bunch of strangers, where you are asked to present two lies and one truth about yourself. And then the people are supposed to guess which one is the truth and which ones are the lies. Well, DL men have programmed it, certain DL men have programmed it, that a good way for them to manipulate the people around them is to use this, where they will release one truth and then follow that one truth up with lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. And then they'll call that a white lie. They'll say that no, they didn't lie. They didn't lie. They didn't lie all the way, because they released one truth at the beginning only to follow it up with a bag of lies. And this is how they keep the people around them, the people closest to them, the people who love them, confused. DL men lie and go on these tangents to try to convince you that they aren't gay. You know that you saw him creeping outside in the dark with this other little boy or whatever. You know that you saw him fondle this other boy. You know that you saw this and you saw that. But he'll convince you that you didn't see it. He'll get mad at you and call you the liar. He'll get offended by the fact that you are stating the truth of what you saw. When DL men go on these tangents to convince you that they aren't gay, they are doing this in hopes of convincing themselves as well. It's almost like once they can become validated by the thought that you don't think that they are gay, then some kind of way it convinces their own mental and psyche that they aren't gay themselves. That's one of the reasons why it's a huge problem within the Black community. People stay confused as it relates to them because DL men are again trying to control. They are trying to control the people around them by using their emotions as a sense of control. How many people have gravitated to both Lemon and the Billy Goat because they use emotional things to bring those people to them? I mean, I just watched the Billy Goats replay where he did this whole addressing the elephant in the room live stream, in which he pulled at the heartstrings of his audience and how it's so hard being a Black man. Black men can't cry, they are viewed as weak, XYZ, blah blah blah. What? Whether or not a Black man is viewed as weak or anything like that matters not. That Black man is the only person responsible for living in their truth. Period. So I don't care if the world outside is telling you you can't cry. I don't care if the world outside is telling you that you can't hang out with the guys or do this or do that. Absolute, that don't matter. The only person responsible in living in that truth is that black man. So we're not going to have empathy and sympathy, or at least I'm not about to sympathize with a man who is now trying to guilt trip me and blame me because I stopped feeding into this delusion. Because myself as a lesbian, if I was able to live in my truth at the age of 14, coming from a religious background in a religious family with my grandpa being a pastor and my uncle being a pastor, and I still knew what the truth was and accepted my truth, then ain't no way a grown ass 30 something year old man can sit there and try to tell me or convince me that the world outside is so hard that they have to lie to everybody. No, you are lying to everybody because that's what you want to do. Nobody is forcing a DL man to be DL. Ain't nobody forcing him to lie to everybody. He is lying and manipulating because that's what he chooses to do. He can choose to be honest and live in his truth, or he could choose to be a bold-faced liar. But then once he chooses to be a bold-faced liar, then he can't get mad and blame the entire world once his lies are figured out. Oh, let me check my comments here first before I begin. And actually, we'll go ahead and say happy Pride Month once again to everybody. Pride Month starts tomorrow, June 1st. Zulu also says happy Pride Month to everyone. Love is love. Now, let me get to the comments. Okay. Good morning, everybody. And good morning to Sally O'Malley, member. Sally O'Malley said they call a lie trolling. Correct. Yes. Sonia said they want to call you weird, stupid, weak, etc. when you figured them out. Correct. Just my thought said, good morning, Jay Dunn in chat. See, you're talking about ZX. I'm talking about him and some of a lot of other people. William, thank you for joining me. Sonia said that's their own family. That's their own family taught them that. Not all men are taught that. And good morning to CMAC TV. Good morning to everybody. This breakdown and analysis can apply to many of the men that we see across this. But specifically, I've witnessed the Billy Goat keep playing this violin for us, this whole song and dance about being outed and things like that. And again, nobody is really going to the heart of the lies and manipulations and the toxicity that is the DL man. How in one breath can you call yourself pro-black and pro-black family and pro-black household and things like that, but you are lying to the entire community? And then you don't see that you are a reason why the community is bad off. Good morning to Phoenix Mind. He said, is Zulu a top or a bottom? My dog is verse. Yeah, Zulu is verse. I think he is verse. You know, I mean, and good morning to Lena's creation. Even if Zulu end up deciding to be straight, I won't disown him. I accept him for who he is, just like he accepts everyone for who they are. And please like the video if y'all have not. If y'all are learning something new within this broadcast, definitely give the video a like. Now, let me go ahead and take Zulu down and let's continue. All righty. The bedrock of a narcissist and the DL man is paranoia. That's the biggest bulk of why DL men choose to remain DL. And that's the biggest part of it that they don't like to talk about and they don't like to tell you about, but it's true. It's about the paranoia. It's about the fear of being found out. It's about the paranoia of people finding out who they are. Paranoia is an intense, irrational feeling of suspicion and distrust without a basis in reality. It is characterized by thoughts that others are deliberately out to harm them, or excuse me, to harm, deceive, or exploit you. While mild suspicion is a normal human trait, paranoia becomes a clinical issue when it creates persistent distress or severely impacts social functioning. Symptoms are hypervigilance, constantly being on guard for threats or betrayal, persecutory beliefs, the unshakable feeling that everyone is out to get you, misinterpretation, taking harmless coincidences or innocent remarks as intentional slights or attacks, difficulty trusting, and inability to confide in others due to a constant expectation of being used or harmed. And there are many triggers and conditions, but I'm going to stop right there. I just wanted to introduce the paranoia because the DL man lives a life of paranoia. But again, whose fault is that? The DL man is paranoid that other people are going to figure him out. But it was an active choice for him to live this life of paranoia. He is scared and worried that he will be figured out. He is worried that the people who love him and the people that's around him will figure out his toxic ways, his toxic behavior. Figure they are paranoid that people will eventually figure out that they are out there hooking up with other men behind everybody's back and not being truthful. This paranoia that they have causes them to use others. They use others to cover up that they are hooking up with men and that they are actually attracted to men. This is the reason why the DL man starts using a woman as an object at a very early age. We wonder why some of these DL men seem like women haters. Well, they come across as women haters because very early on they use the woman as an object to push a narrative and to drive a narrative of deception. That woman is merely there as a smokescreen. Most people around the B sector call it a beard. They say that Lemon has a few of them. But the woman is only being used for that. Not being looked at as an actual human being and an individual, but being looked at as somebody who can help drive a particular narrative and hide the truth. And good morning to Duchess Kelly Love. Good morning to Hood Table. And good morning to Kimberly Black Member. Good morning to everybody. So, yeah, paranoia is a real thing as it relates to the DL man. And it's self-induced, self-inflicted. Lastly, I want to tell y'all the DL man lives this life of paranoia, lives this life of manipulation. And again, all of this is voluntary. They are not being forced to live this way. A DL man would like for you to believe that they are forced to be this way. They are forced to lie to you. They are forced to manipulate you. They are forced to gaslight you. They are forced to confuse you. They are forced to do all these things. No, that's a willing and active choice that they are making, y'all. It's a choice. Nobody is making them live a life of a lie. Nobody is making them deceive the people that they love. Nobody is making them do all of this. They are choosing to. That's what makes them dangerous and diabolical. This is the reason why I titled this Diabolical and Dangerous, because that's truly what makes the DL man diabolical and dangerous, because he will go at any length to keep his lie under wraps. And I do mean any length. Haven't y'all seen those true crimes where there has been a man who was about to get outed and they would murder somebody? They would actually murder somebody and face life behind bars than to be outed. Good morning, Uncle Claude, member. Before they will live that truth, before they will let you speak that truth, they would rather take your life. That's what make them dangerous. Because they feel like keeping their lie alive is more valuable than the human life. Your life ain't as important as this lie they've been living for the last so many years. And the sad thing about it is when they start at a young age with this gaslighting and manipulating and this deception, they start this, and I'm just saying junior high and high school, but some men then carry this exact same dishonest and deceitful behavior through their 20s, through their 30s, through their 40s, through their 50s. And then they get mad at you. They get mad at you for calling out the truth and would be willing to take your life for speaking the truth. But then I hear the Billy Goat and Rodney over there doing all this woe is me stuff, the black man, and we are viewed as weak. We don't get to have feelings and emotions. You do get to have feelings and emotions. You choose not to have the feelings and emotions. That's a choice that you made. When you as a man decide not to cry because you don't want other people to view you as weak, that's a choice you made. Because you care too much about what everybody else thinks. When you decide to lie and get wrapped up in starting families and things like that, that's a choice that you made. And specifically, when you get up there and you use a woman as an object to propel the narrative that you want for your life, even though it's based on a bag of lies. You use that woman, you marry that woman, you have children with that woman. Your whole marriage is built on the lie. This is absolutely one of those reasons why I came out as early as I did. For some reason, at my young age, and I think it could have been because I was I was the only child, but I thought about a lot of this stuff, and I remember my aunties wanting me to date this boy, or date that boy. I remember these things, and I refused. And the biggest thought that came into my mind is if I even tried to date a boy, even if I acted like I wanted to marry a boy, even if I faked the funk and had kids, there would eventually come the day in which I would destroy my kids' life by living in my truth. I would destroy my husband's heart, break his heart because I decided to live in my truth. I would destroy my in-laws because I would decide to live in my truth. I would destroy the whole dream and facade that my family had built by living in my truth. So early on, I was like, well, why would anybody do all this? Because my biggest thought was I would never want to hurt my children. I would never want to have kids and have them believe that I'm one way that I'm not. But it's a lot of DL men that are perfectly content with living a lie for their children. Do you hear me? They out here fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry, and they children think that they this heterosexual Superman. They out here fucking raw up on men and doing all types of shit that could bring disease and whatever back to their wives, back into the household. And they don't care. They okay with that. And they will actually live in that closet until the day they die. No matter how many people they destroy in their wake. Some DL men are really hell bent on living their entire lives DL. Could you imagine your whole life being an entire lie? Like nothing about you being true, genuine, or authentic at all. And to do that up until you take your last breath out this world. Because many DL men don't even have any intention of coming out. They want to lie and have their cake and eat it too. Because let's call a spade a spade. It's truly a man wanting to have his cake and eat it too. He want to have the family and the white picket fence and all this kind of stuff. But then he also want to be clapping booty cheeks with the Joe Schmo that live down the street too. And then he get offended when the people around him get tired of believing they lies or get tired of the confusion or get tired of the deception and the manipulation. It's hard for me to hear any person thump this whole pro-black kick and pro-black talking points while being DL. And as far as the Billy Goat goes, it's sad that it took Lemon to snoop through his computer for him to finally stop his lie. Y'all do understand that that man had been a part of the Umar sector for about 6 years before he even came over here frolicking in the beef sector. And for 6 whole years, he was over there lying to them. So he had planned to come over here in our space, in our safe, gay-friendly space, and live out his lie for God knows how long if it had not been for the computer incident. And then let's really talk about this right here, y'all. Remember when he first came over here, he had so much homophobic rhetoric. DL men are notorious for being cowards, not being able to live in their own truth. But then when they get into a space like the beef sector, they have so much ill will and hatred for those of us who live in our truth and embrace ourselves wholeheartedly. And we actually are happy in life. But then they come over here and speak all that hatred, and negativity. I remember when the Billy Goat came over here and tried to drag me about me being a lesbian. I remember when he first started fighting Let's Be Honest over there at Lemons. That's why Let's Be Honest died not liking that motherfucker because of some of the horrendous things that he said about her as it relates to her sexuality, even to the point to where he talked about pissing in her mouth. Pissing in her mouth. But meanwhile, he was a hateful, miserable, down low fool who was living in his own delusion and deception and brought that hateful thought over here to the beef sector and tried to project all that negativity onto us. When he came over here and spoke about Jay Wilson not coming out the closet until he was in his 50s and repeating all of this hearsay, she say stories that he never witnessed over here in the beef sector, but repeating what he heard other people say. He repeated the stories that he heard other people say, and he weaponized that against the people here, only for that to be his testimony. So it's like, if you know that you are in the closet, why do you even have to speak on openly out and proud gay people at all? If you know that you are in the closet and you are DL, you should be the first motherfucker to shut the entire fuck up. You shouldn't have a negative thing to say about gays and lesbians. You shouldn't have anything to say. Because if you can't even live in your own truth, then what gives you the right to put your mouth, and I do mean put your mouth on anybody else as far as how they are living in their truth and freely in their sexuality? But now he is the victim. And my question is, if Lemon had not gone through that computer, he would still be lying to the entire beef sector. He would still be deceiving the entire beef sector. But then also, if Lemon did not go through that computer, he would still be spitting all that hateful vitriol to the gay people over here. Now he can no longer speak that hateful vitriol because he would be viewed as an absolute hypocrite. Today, he is on this talk about it's always our people tearing our people down. You were the first person, Billy Goat, who came over here trying to tear us down. Remember when you were stuck up in your closet? Remember? How do you fix your lips to say it's always our people tearing each other down, referencing the gay community, when you were the one who was a down low closeted homosexual who brought your ass over here to the beef sector with the goal of tearing us down? But now that you have been outed, you want us to be in solidarity with you? You think we owe you that? You think I owe you that? You think Jay Wilson owe you that? You think anybody else around this space owe you that? No, we don't owe you that. Again, you being outed is your problem. That's your responsibility to handle that. You can't guilt trip or blame anybody over here. And you damn sure can't come through here and talk about it's always us who are being mean to each other when you were the first one came over here being mean and disrespectful. We ain't gonna rewrite history just so that you could cry up in your beer and have a violin pity party. Let me go to the chat and see what's being said. And good morning to Dreamy Jeannie Blue. Good morning to everybody. So let's see. Oh, so Kimberly Black said at Uncle Claus, it's just been recently years that the military passed the don't tell laws. Society has promoted gays not living in their truth. And what's good, E-Money member? Stretch marks on my bun said, but the Billy Go got an X-rated Insta account. Then you been out. You out on Instagram. So YouTube knowing you gay is the issue. Well, according to him, it is. And according to him, we all should have stood by him. But I ain't standing by fuck so that didn't care about me as a lesbian. I ain't standing by fuck so that came over here trying to make fun of Jay Wilson or Wiley catfishing Jay Wilson or the Grinder app or the Jack app. I mean, up until the point that he got pulled up out of that closet, he was playing the clip of Jay Wilson's Grinder app going off up in the background. Good morning, Angela White. Good morning to everybody. And then Stretch Mark said Twitter, not Instagram. Okay, I knew what you meant. At the end of the day, it's not anybody's fault what he got going on. And I refuse to be manipulated into feeling any type of sadness or sorrow. I believe that everybody should be made aware of these practices and these tactics so that you are not manipulated emotionally and so that you are not manipulated financially. I've witnessed this man, the Billy Goat, manipulate y'all financially from the get-go. How many times we gotta hear him cry about this and then expect everybody to put this shower of downpour of love? And then he is quick to project. I heard in his commentary where he said that I have daddy issues. That's projection. Never once have I had a daddy issue. I've always known who my daddy was, but I also knew that he was in and out of the legal system. But I never had any issue because my daddy would write me letters. My daddy would send me money. So no daddy issues here. Even as an adult, after my mama passed away, my first attorney that I needed to get, my very first one that I need to get in Florida, my daddy sent me money on it. When I bought Zulu, my daddy sent me half to pay for him. My daddy takes care of me. I don't have any daddy issues. But the one who does have daddy issues is the Billy Goat. Again, projection. Don't come over here projecting your issues with your daddy onto me. Because I never had to lie about my sexuality to my daddy. When I came out at the age of 14, I came out to everyone. You, on the other hand, must have been around a family and a daddy, if we're going to talk about daddy issues, to where you didn't even feel safe or comfortable coming out for fear of your daddy mistreating you. I never had to fear my daddy mistreating me. If anything, me and my daddy's bond strengthened because he views me as the son that he never had. It's almost like I'm the best of both worlds. I'm his son and his daughter. When I was growing up as a tomboy playing sports, playing softball, I was the son he didn't have. And now as an adult, it's the same. My daddy loved being able to talk to me about football and betting on the games and things like that. So you cannot project your daddy issues onto others, Billy Goat. Because then I have to come out here and step to you and tell you how much of a great relationship I've had with my father. You can't project onto everyone. Now, I also heard the Billy Goat make reference of the fact that Lemon violating him by going through the computer was worse than the words of grape inside of me that Broadway slung my way, and that Glitter Boots has slung my way, and that a multitude of men have slung my way. Meanwhile, the Billy Goat is forgetting that he slung that same type of language at Let's Be Honest. So the nerve of you, Billy Goat, to sit up on your high horse and on a pedestal while Let's Be Honest is resting in peace, and try to use her and Nurse K as a filler of your narrative about Lemon outing multiple people, when you are the very same nasty, disgusting Billy Goat that threatened to shove dick all up and through, Let's Be Honest, and piss in her mouth. And you did all this while you were down low. You did and said all this to her while you were down low and while you were in the closet. Of course, you would think that what Broadway and them said to me would not be should not be anything that should cause me concern, because you have done that to Let's Be Honest. That's why. We ain't gonna rewrite history just because she's dead. My members can attest to it. I ended up going through my membership videos, y'all. And believe it or not, I do have a show with me and Let's Be Honest. The show is about 2.5 hours. When I first started growing this channel, y'all, and this channel was super small then, Let's Be Honest came and hit my link, and she joined me on the panel. And specifically, this was right up to the Vegas trip. That video, good morning, V. Good morning, Roosevelt. Good morning, everybody. That video is so sentimental to me. I actually listened to a little bit of it yesterday morning once I found it. And then I shared it on my members only community wall. But in that video, when Let's Be Honest met me, because it was strictly alive with me and her from start to finish. And she met me over here because we were talking about Babygate as it related to Brooke. And it was at this time that Malik had just revealed that there was no baby. And so Let's Be Honest had met me over here up on my channel. And me and her were talking about Babygate and about Brooke saying about Malik coming and telling everybody that there was no baby. We were talking about how how Brooke had wrote on her community wall basically saying that she was no longer going to Vegas, and what she felt about her quote unquote friends and all this kind of stuff. But I like that I have that, because that was at the time when Let's Be Honest had politely exited stage left on doing anything related to Vegas because the Billy Goat was invited. Let's Be Honest initially was going to go to the Vegas trip, and she had invited me as her plus one for the Vegas trip. But she ended up deciding against going because she found out the Billy Goat had been invited to the Vegas trip, and she didn't want no parts with him because he had spoke negatively about sodomizing her and pissing in her mouth. Good morning, Cole. Yes, please like my video, y'all. Thank you so much, Shauna. And hey, Shauna member, please like my video, y'all. Get the likes up. Thank you. But I'm happy that I have that footage, because ain't no way the Billy Goat is gonna sit out here and try to rewrite history like he gave a damn about Let's Be Honest, or he gave a damn about Lemon putting, let's be honest, and Nurse K out of the closet, like he gave a fuck about, let's be honest, not after the shit that he said to her. So what you needs to do going forward, Billy Goat, is get off your damn soapbox and definitely stop using, let's be honest, name in your commentary and in your narrative spinning. Because she didn't like you in life, and she damn sure don't like you in death. Again, bringing up, let's be honest, in your commentary as a way for you to drive the narrative of what you are speaking on over there is your way of emotionally manipulating the beef sector audience that truly loved, let's be honest. Because let's call a spade a spade. You didn't give a damn about her. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that bullshit that you said to her. What's good, TMK? Good morning, everybody. You wouldn't have said none of that mess. Good morning, Angie. You wouldn't have said none of that mess about her if you gave a damn. So don't act like you give a damn now because she ain't here to speak for herself. But yeah, I do have that live from Let's Be Honest. And y'all, what's crazy too is me and Let's Be Honest had did that live together on June 2nd, 2024. So it was almost 2 years ago to the day. On Tuesday, it will be 2 years ago to the day that we had that live, where we talked about all of those issues as far as the Vegas trip, leading up to the Vegas trip. So yes, I'm happy that I was able to find that video, and I did put it on my members community wall for my members. And I don't know, once I actually get situated to go through the entire live, I might be able to. It depends on if it's relevant, because I only want to share it out here publicly if it's like something relevant that she said that is relevant to whatever I'm talking about. But I definitely wasn't just going to bring it out here to the forefront just to exploit her or, review my live with her just because. No. Only if she done said something relevant. But again, I got to finish listening to it in its entirety. Good morning to DC Kool-Aid, moderator. Good morning to everybody. Yeah, Patricia. Yep, I found that I shared it to my members community wall yesterday morning. And that's the thing, because it had me feeling melancholy. Like after I found it, I was shocked that I found it. And I think I was also shocked that I forgot that I had it. But I think in the back of my mind, I knew I had it. But then I was like, I don't know. It kind of slipped me. And yeah, it's up in my members. And I probably gave it a listen maybe about the first half hour or so. But then it really had me feeling melancholy, y'all. And I had to go ahead and, turn it off, because I didn't want my entire mood for my Saturday to be affected, because I could feel myself, my heart feeling very, very full, and my heart was feeling heavy just listening to the playback. But once I actually get through the entire thing to see what all we talked about, that's how I know that we talked about the Brooke baby stuff, because that was the part that I heard us discussing at the beginning. But once I get through the entire live, if it's something relevant, then I might bring it here to the forefront just for y'all to have. But yes, I wanted to give y'all this detailed breakdown about the manipulative psychology of the DL man, because I believe that out of all the talking points and out of all the lives that I've seen currently as it relates to computer gates and all this fuckery, I have not seen anybody addressing this part. Now, I do want to ask you all, and let me go ahead and get here. Which one is worse? Outing someone or enabling a DL man? Okay. So I'm about to put this poll, y'all. Which one is worse? Which is worse according to you? Is it worse, number one, to out someone, or do you feel that it's worse, number two, to enable a DL man? I've already presented to y'all why I believe one of them is the lesser of two evils, but I did want to check the temperature for audience engagement to see what you guys came up with, what you thought. And again, this is which one is worse, outing somebody or enabling a DL man? And you will type one or two in the chat. And let me actually go here to my screen. Oh, and please like my video if y'all have not. So let's see. I have the poll going. Let me see. And it looked like I saw somebody vote, but I didn't see the vote show up. I see y'all typing the ones up in the chat, y'all, but I don't see it show up. So, okay, so C-Mac said outing is worse, and so did Shauna. V said outing is worse. V, I'm actually interested. I'm happy to see that you typed the one as well, because at first I was thinking that maybe in the community one is the worst, but I don't think V is a part of the community. So the fact that she is selecting one as well lets me know that it can't be a community thing. But y'all, I don't know why the poll ain't working, because I don't even see the I don't even see the numbers moving, which is whack. Cause I see y'all typing, but I don't see the lines moving in the poll. Cause I was inclined to believe that people in the community would say that outing is the worst. But I think that enabling is the worst because it impacts more people. And then it goes back to the point that was made in the chat where he already had a Twitter and stuff where he was out. So if you already out on Twitter, then what? You can't be out on YouTube, just only be out on Twitter. Make it make sense. But then, according to him too, after the fact, he claimed that he had already been out to his parents and his family and stuff and all this. So which one is really the truth? So let me see. Demon Soul put a 2, and then oh, and then Angela White said, "Oh, okay, yeah." Oh, Honest Row put a 2. I didn't even see those other twos. Let me see. Honest Row put 2. Patricia put 2. Claude put 2. Shauna said, "I'm over here refreshing the page, thinking the poll will pop up. It's not working." But y'all are voting, but I don't see it moving. And I know that I set the thing up. I see it right there. I don't know why in the hell it ain't moving. But it ain't. Yeah, I got it right there. Let me see. If I do this right here, show the poll. Yeah, it's not even showing. Let me see if I do stop the poll. Oh, now once I stop the poll, y'all, once I stopped it, it showed the results. And it showed 50-50. Why the hell did I press stop when I press stop? Because now it popped up, it say 50-50. What's good, Tennessee whiskey? So for y'all that did vote, it was 50-50. Yeah, I guess StreamYard has updated it where, hey, in the highest, StreamYard is updated it where as long as the poll is going, they don't show you the results. They only show you the result once you click stop poll. So there's that. But either way, well, we did do the poll. 50-50 sounds about right. Some people believe, yeah, I think it's pretty accurate. I think it's pretty accurate. So now let me go ahead and get my link. All right. So I am getting my link here. And now that we have the 50-50 poll results, let me go ahead and hide the poll. And then I'm going to go back over here. Again, Zulu says love is love. Come out the closet. Happy Pride Month. Pride Month does start tomorrow, June 1st, 2026. And also, y'all, I had been building a few little graphics too for over here as far as it relates to our yeah, y'all got the Pride Month for Zulu. I did make a couple of graphics as far as the Donnaverse. And I guess I could let y'all be the first ones to see it here. I'm trying to see which one do I want to show y'all first. I guess I'll show y'all this one first. The Donnaverse. Now I did make this Donnaverse poster using my chat GPT. I think it came out cute. And I actually made a couple of different variations of it in different colors, but this is the first one that I wanted to present to y'all. Because the Donnaverse is what I like to call my area of people here. Oh, hey, V. Lachey, good morning. Uncle Claude said, I agree with you, V, but enabling puts more lives in danger, in my opinion. Oh, let me see what V said. V said both are bad, in my opinion. Okay. Shauna said, for Pride this year, I'm going to mention some things about Pedro from the Real World. He's been on my mind heavy. Interesting. And then Shauna said, you should run a show for members on how to make those posters. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I have the Chat GPT app up in my phone. But I'm trying to think. I might have to see if I can't find something similar or comparable to put on my computer. And then I would be able to share a screen that way. But I have this one that I created. Then I have this one that I created. Then I have this one. And then this one. Which all of them I think are pretty cute. I like it because the different colors. This one is not necessarily the color scheme of my channel, but in a way it is the color scheme of my channel because it matches the color scheme of my profile picture, my avatar on this channel. You like this one better, D Miss O? Okay. You know something? This one right here was actually the first one that I made. And then once this one was generated, then I played with it, changing up the colors. Okay, so y'all like this one better? Okay, well, we'll go with this one. Because I want to use this as far as the Donnaverse, especially when I do my Donnaverse check-in episodes where I do the open panel. I want to be able to use this one, and then I may use it as a banner. What's good, Ghetto? Good morning. I want to be able to use it as a banner. But okay, so y'all voted and y'all like this one best. So okay, this one it is. But yeah, the Donnaverse, everything done, everywhere. Done Prime, done Flame, done Chill, done Cold, done Legends, done Shadow, done Lands, done Dreams. So since y'all said y'all like that one best, then I'll probably be using that one going forward. Oh, we got Roosevelt here. Okay, let me go ahead and make sure that it's Roosevelt. Let me put a banner up. Is it you, Roosevelt?
Yes, it's me, J Dunn. I like that I like that thumbnail too. I mean that poster. That's okay.
Oh, thank
Right.
you. I ended up looking to try to find about people being up in the closet. And so that's how I ended up coming across these. But because I'm happy to see you, I picked this one where he's smiling. But hey, how in the hell are you? Good morning.
Oh, it's good talking to you too, J Dunn. I'm doing pretty good this morning. I need some coffee. But this is a good topic right here, J Dunn. This one I can definitely think about some stories with it, like with the enabling or the outing. And I've been around, like I've had a friend
Mhm.
that for some reason it was like a curse of the down low man. Like every time, like when we used to talk and stuff,
Mhm.
and I mean I'm gonna just get deep with you. Like her her baby's father turned out to be a down low man, and I've been knowing him since like real grade school. I had been knowing him, man. When they got together, I
Uh-huh.
didn't think anything of it, but she found out about it in why he like got locked up. He got locked up, and he ended up getting like one of them uh boyfriends in jail.
Right.
The guy make a guy whoever the boyfriend, and
Uh-huh.
like she was so shocked because he was always the type of dude that showed real masculine, like, oh, he hard.
Mhm.
And for her, her to find that out, and then somebody that she was just like talking to turned out he was doing some things. And see, the thing about that, it's worse when it's enabling, is that guy had the House of Virginia, and then
That part right
she got
there.
it. Hmm.
That part right there, Ro. And I think that's the biggest part on why I always feel like the outing is the lesser of two evils, and I don't believe outing a person is the worst, because as long as you enable, then you are also enabling the behavior and the potential for that right there to spread, and an unknowing person to now become infected because you were enabling somebody and living a lie.
Yeah, because it's bad enough that people cheat, but that is lurking around. With with cheating, not only is that, but it's other STDs that sometimes you can't get rid of that make you go blind, that people get. And a lot of times it is because of all this mixing and mingling. You, one minute you with a woman, then you with a man, and you just getting everything. Because I'm telling you, I've been it's been things where people have been holding, like holding the fact that they have it,
Mhm.
holding it, and that's not the only thing that they're holding on to. They're trying to hold on to this, I'm straight, and they got quite a bit of things that they don't want to reveal.
I would agree, and I
Mhm.
think that is a big part of the problem because, okay, yes, the House of Virginia is like one of those worst case scenarios, but you know damn well if a man is DL and he happens to contract that in some way, it's highly unlikely that he is going to be upfront and transparent and honest to his female partner about it, because then he would have to answer the question, well, how did you get this? Where did you get
Fact.
this from? So then once he has started being transparent about his status, then that would force him to have to be transparent about how he contracted it. Then once he is being transparent about how he contracted it, then now he's out of the closet. Whereas some men, because they feel like outing is the worst thing, they will be down low until the day they die.
Mm. Yeah, that's
Now,
true.
with your friend that experienced this a few times, how did she handle it to be like the unsuspected person that, was deceived?
She was actually, I guess, just kind of shocked. Not only that, but she was always, I feel like, strong because she had like she had been taking care of her siblings. Like she
Uh-huh.
was like, because something had happened like with her mother, and she was always holding on strong, helping her siblings, and then until she, had her child. So she was always the type like, this may come into my life, but I'm gonna keep moving.
Mhm.
um I can always, say that about her, but it was just sad that stuff like what happened to her. Like, I'm like, what is this? What is life trying to give somebody, where you don't come across just one but another one. And then the other one was just he was just very conniving because he didn't have any, he was not going to tell her. She had to go and find out that she had contracted the House of Virginia. um and then that's when he was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. So I mean, I'm kind of at the point, did he even know that he had it? See, that's something too. Like because they don't want to even go to the doctor. It's because it's so much stuff that they try to hide. They may not go to the
Mhm.
doctor in order. They don't want nobody to be asking questions like, what you mean you need to go to the doctor or something like that. They won't do that. And
Right.
I don't understand. Condoms don't be the thing that they think about using apparently, and they sitting there with it. It was a terrible ordeal. I got to say,
It's
when she
interesting that
told
you
me,
bring that the doctor aspect of it. Cause I guess thinking from the standpoint of a down low man, he probably avoids going to the doctor on purpose because he don't want to have to answer those questions.
yeah,
Because I'm even thinking to my own self when I go to the doctor, each time that they ask me if it's a possibility for me to be pregnant or could I be pregnant, I be wanting to bust out laughing. But that's a part of their job to ask me that. You see what I'm saying? Where and then
yeah,
of course then I have to tell them no, there is no possibility whatsoever. I'm a lesbian. And then once I make that clear, we keep it moving. But if I were a in the closet person, that would probably bother me, having to announce me being a lesbian at the doctor's office, which I'm almost sure that from the perspective of a download man, that he is probably bothered by having to reveal or disclose that type of information to his doctor that he is with other men, you know?
yeah. Because they ask you that. They don't even. It's not even like just the doctor's office now. They ask you that in the dentist's office. They ask you, that type of stuff.
Wow.
So
And Uncle Claude, yeah, House in Virginia is what they say now about the three letters. But they say that because YouTube is sometimes sensitive about what you say. So that's why people say it. And then not only that, you don't want to get caught up with falsely accusing somebody of that or whatever. So that people just do that to be safe. And good morning to everybody coming in, dropping the tea and everybody. Um, but yeah, Ro, I think that's unfortunate for your friend, and especially the fact that she had kids with this man, and now he locked up.
yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that was locked up, and I don't know what he had, what he may have got. What he it's a lot, Jada, because I don't. I think he's still locked up. I'm not sure. He never showed signs. He just was like, he wasn't. I feel like not the best father because even though I guess that's on a different topic, but
Mhm.
he did. He just showed. I feel like signs that. he, just that typical gangster. And
Well,
then
that
for him to get in there, which is crazy.
well, I found one short, and this lady is not a doctor or anything. She just a regular everyday person. But I think she is one of those women who has also encountered a lot of down low men in her dating experience. And she did a YouTube video about it, a short. And I posted that up on my community wall yesterday. I ended up coming across her short when I was trying to get my thoughts together for this show here. But what she talked about 5 different signs about what she has seen from her own experience. And she said one sign is always wanting to out other people in order to shift the focus onto someone else versus on themselves. She said dislike or hatred towards one's mother. She also said, let me see, let me grab her short. Let me see. Cause this short was good. Because I can't think of everything that she said. But let me see if I could get it here and bring it over here to me and you so that we could look at it real quick. Let me go to my channel to go to my community wall and get it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
this
think I
I
checked
thought it
out
was
some.
a pretty decent short that the lady did. I posted it. So let's go over here and let's bring it here. Here we go. All right. So this is the person. Her YouTube channel is called Phoenix Rising. And let me get ready to share my screen.
Okay.
So let's go here to share screen. All right. So I have that shared, and let me go ahead and make sure that I put us down here at the bottom. Okay. And let me go ahead and take it off mute, and let's go ahead and press play.
Hey, welcome back to my channel. So these are a few signs on how you can tell whether or not a man is down low based on my own experience. These are not in any sort of order and are still kind of general. So if he tries to expose another man publicly for being gay or messing with like a transgender or something, I say that because you're exposing another man who didn't make like an impression or like didn't try to hit on you specifically, but you exposed him publicly because you're trying to take the focus away from yourself. A man who over asserts his dominance and his masculinity in an overbearing way. It's like if you're a man, you're a man. You're just gonna be a man. You're not gonna overly have to prove that. But a man that's like working overtime to be overly hard or like just have this extremely masculine influence, assert his dominance, talk down to people, talk down to women specifically. That man, this one is not always, but if he does not like his mom, if he hates his mother, if he glorifies feminine rappers.
Mm.
What you think
Oh,
about that?
it's quite interesting. I definitely got to say, um, yeah, I feel like sometimes, yeah, when they are like overly like, I'm a man, and then they, try to identify, yeah, oh, this person gay, that first, like fighting. It's
Mhm.
just, yeah,
Yeah, and
especially
even
when
when she was
glorifying the
saying about,
rappers.
yeah, glorifying the female rappers, and you already know the Billy Goat definitely do that, don't he? And then
Cardi
like
B, yeah.
even Lemon with the Nicki Minaj thing, the barbs, like it's and I ain't gonna touch on Lemon because I know that's your buddy, but I think it's interesting. But that overly masculine persona that they have is definitely worth noting. And then specifically too when they try to put down women. That's one of the things that we see up in this sector a lot about the putting down of women or talking harshly to women, talking crazy to women, bitch this, bitch that, all of that. That one of those
Yeah.
signs, according to that lady, just based on her own experience. And it's interesting because it's a lot of women that have videos and shorts and things like that, just like her.
Me and B talking about it too, Jaden. Dang, I forgot. It's this guy. He was in the. They said like his was really good too. He was saying signs of a down low guy. I wish I could remember because yeah, I forgot somebody tagged him over here. I'm quite yeah, I think it was somebody over here, and he was basically he really knew. I think quite a bit about it. I was like, oh wow, that's interesting.
Mhm.
So, because down low man, I've never been. That's something too. People think because you're gay that you are just gay radar row. You know who the down low men are, but I've never been the type that have like surfaced around just trying to I gotta get me a down low man. So I never really knew the ones that I have came across like right there, they were the ones that try to keep themselves secret from the start of trying to meet you.
Mhm.
That's why I always fell flat on those sites and stuff because they'll be the ones they'll be like, look, I ain't got no picture and I got this, I got that. They always want to tell you about what they got, but it was like, look, I'm discreet, but I can give you all this. I got so much, I'm fine. I am so good looking. And do you know what I got?
Mhm.
And I didn't even give him a chance to go meet him. I'm like, no, it's just, this is not serving me. You don't even want to show me who you are. You don't want to let me know who you are. It's gonna be nothing but toxicity. This is gonna be mess. I don't know
Mhm.
what you got in your closet. You probably got a whole family over there in your closet. How many families? Sir, I don't know who you are, sir.
Not how many families.
I have read Invisible Life. But Jada, Invisible Life was I don't know if you ever read that book.
No,
But
I haven't.
yeah, that one, the guy he did like this guy, he introduced the gay guy to um being gay. And then next thing you know, he ended up having a wife. Did they get married? Did they have children? I don't think the guy had children, but he basically cut. I'm guessing, I don't know. Or he could have just became down low. He took that part of his life, like when he was out there sleeping with men, he took that and then I guess he got ended up getting married to a woman.
Mhm.
And in the story, it was kind of wild. They didn't really say, but the woman did contract the House of Virginia. And she was
Oh.
like on her last stages, like she was on her way out. They never really revealed if he gave it to her, if I'm not mistaken. But he never he never told them, and then it was just like that invisible part of his life. But he
And
had
so
been.
the book is called Invisible Life.
Yes, yeah, it's so good. It's his actual first book that he had made. That author, Elin Harris.
Oh, yeah. I was just looking here now just to see if I could find it. Um, oh, wait. I think was it a trilogy? Yeah, it looked like it was a trilogy.
Yeah, I want to say
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
It
it
had two
is
more connecting
because
stories.
Elan Harris had Invisible Life, then Just As I Am, and then Abide with Me. But I guess now I'm confused because I just looked it up because I have Audible, so I was gonna get it off Audible. But they got two different ones. Let me see. You can keep talking, Ro. Let me see which
Okay,
one I'm about to try to get.
okay, yeah. It's the one. Um, the cover that I used to always see. You'll see like a lighter skinned man, and then it was a darker skinned guy, and then a woman was up there too. Um, yeah, that was from where it stood for where I saw it. And that character it really takes you through there. It does. And it just shows how he took that part of his life when he was out there messing
Mhm.
around with dudes and hated no attention. And then it kind of goes the I guess I could say like the opposite way for guys that are just like maybe I'll say like in the life, but they don't want to reveal it to the world. But they don't understand that, especially when they are having promiscuous sex. That's the big thing. You have a promiscuous sex.
Mhm.
And then how some folks were saying, "Oh well, you know, um, I don't think he really likes women." Speaking on that particular individual, but
Mhm.
how do you know he didn't? He peer pressure. He might have said, "Shoot, I just got to go ahead and try to sleep with her or do something because I got to keep this secret." And you sleeping with Tom, Dick, and Harry, and you don't, are you going to the doctor regularly? Do you know what you have going on? Because you gonna just do it to not reveal your secret. You know what I'm saying? Like that sounds like, and then you say you are prostitute. That's what you taking money for sex, and you're saying you straight. So you may be in a situation where a woman is interested in you and you don't like, oh shoot, I don't want my homie to find out that I really ain't straight, so I'm gonna go ahead and do something with her.
Right. I
Right.
just with that one that you just told me about, Ro, I actually just went on ahead and added that to my wish list on Audible because I'm out of credits. With Audible, you get credits, and my next credit is coming on June 5th. So when I get my June 5th credit, I'm gonna buy that one and I'm gonna listen to it. No, I had not heard of that book, but I have heard of Elin Harris. One of my cousins was she loved Elin Harris, but actually she is what some people would consider a fag hag. That was my first time ever even knowing what that term meant growing up because of my cousin, because all of her best friends was gay dudes. All of them.
Oh, really?
Hmm. Yeah, all of them was gay dudes. And she used to uh read Elin Harris books all the time. Elin Harris and Zane was her people. And
Yeah.
yeah, so that's how I heard of him, but I never read any of his books before.
Yeah, Jada, his books are. Ooh, I've read some good stories with him. That I mean that he created, and that one I got to say that one really was the main one that really kind of blew me away.
Mm.
Just reading it because it opened up so many doors. I mean, because the girl, she was just so nice and sweet. Um, and then you'll see it gets real. It gets really real in it, and it starts off as just like it's kind of quick too because you be like, hold on, what's going on here? All right now, like, and then it just
Right to be told, that's
shows
you.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
up
Zulu
right
said
to
hello.
Hey,
show.
good
Happy
morning,
Pride Month.
Ro.
Hey.
Happy Pride Month. Yeah, happy Pride Month. I wanted to say, first off, great commentary. I was listening to it from the beginning, so thank you for not having the red ball blocked.
Oh, you welcome.
Um, and secondly, um, Elin Harris came out. That book came out in 1995. It
Hmm.
was everybody on, like, I was in college at the time. Everybody on college campus was reading it because that's salacious and it was, telling the business. Plus, the guy they think he was sleeping with was a real football player in his life, and he was in Winston Salem, North Carolina. Anyhow,
Oh.
but Jay Dunn,
Hmm.
also get a library card because
Okay.
Libby, the library app,
Hmm.
you can get all those books on there. I mean, so whenever you run out of credit, you don't have to wait. Because
Mm.
I download so much from the library, but if you get Libby, just put
Okay.
in your library card number, and then they have uploaded so many audiobooks. But when you were talking about the book on the down low
Hmm.
that came out in like in the early 2000s,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I read that book, and one thing that stood out to me in the book, I voted very late in your poll. I voted two, and it's enabling because you're right. It does hurt the many. Um, they talked about a lot of women who were willing to have unprotected sex with straight men, and
Mhm.
their main concern was pregnancy. When he was saying in the book, like, y'all need to be concerned with um, uh, diseases, because a lot of men, straight men, no, sorry, DL men,
Mhm.
do not use protection, because using protection puts them in the mindset that they are mentally, that they really, they are, what did he say? That they're making a conscious effort to have sex with a man, right? And he's saying, well, no, they want to act like it's just such a animalistic reaction to, and they can't control it, so they don't use condoms. And he was like, so to use it means that you put thought into this is your lifestyle, and they do absolutely say they're straight. So
Mhm.
then they turn around and giving it. At the time that this came out, the highest population of women of people, the highest population of people who had a House of Virginia
Mhm.
were black women, um, in their 30s and 40s.
Oh
And
wow.
they were oh yeah, and they were getting it. And he had like the CDC report in there, and he talked about how it was because a lot of the men are DL, and DL men are least likely to wear protection. Because of the mindset of like, I'm not gonna um plan to have sex with a man. So, and so we are being hurt with that. But when you talked about all the lying to themselves, and the gaslighting, and how they're perfect gaslighters and perfect manipulators, that's true too. But I just remember thinking, he said in the book that he was down low himself, and he was messing with this woman, and a man, but he was messing with this woman, and he said, hey, I don't have protection right now. And she said, oh, it's okay, I'm on the pill. And he said he just remember thinking, wow, that's the main thing you're concerned about, is pregnancy, and not diseases that you could get. And I was like, oh my goodness. And then, and he just talked about a lot of that stuff. But though that was a good book too. Like I said, I think it's a good book today, because I don't think people really realize, because we have normalized living with the House of Virginia. Um, I don't think people realize how high our numbers still are, and they're increasing again, like last year and this year. I think Atlanta and DC were having really high numbers. And people don't talk about that and think about that. So for me, I'm with you on the enabling is worse. Plus, you allow that when you enable them, they're running around here, like you said, bashing people and putting people down when they're in the same lifestyle. But he
Right.
also talked about that's a DL man trait too. So it's a good that's a good book to listen to. So I remember, like, all the women they had book clubs and everything around that, being on the download book.
Mhm.
Which
So that
one
was
was
good.
that, right to be told? Was that the one with the guy that had like a hat on, he worked in the industry? Or this is something else?
I don't know where he worked, but he was on Oprah.
I think that's him. Cause yeah, I had to get that book. I remember I went to the library,
Yeah.
and is it like colorful on the front cover? I
I don't
forgot.
remember what the book looked like, because I'm gonna be very honest with you. That book was so popular. We had people that I knew were photocopying the book, getting the PDF version. So I don't even think I had the physical book. I had the paper, and I was reading it that way. Because that's just how many people were like really into it and sharing the book. It was really good though.
Huh.
Wow.
But
But you see people in the
that was a good one. That was a good one. And Elin Harris and Zayn, they were really popular because they were salacious. Today,
Uh-huh.
in today's time, we're not as shocked by that stuff. It's not taboo to us. We know people doing it. So,
Mhm.
because he was the one that brought to light, for me, brought to light that a lot of fraternity brothers were gay and on the
Mhm.
down low. Like, nobody thought about that because they're hyper masculine.
you're right.
So he was, yeah, and the football player and stuff. And that
Right.
football player in the book name was Basil. And he went on to you know, be professional and doing the absolute. He's running amok in them books. They are
Right.
good, but he is running amok. in the
Yeah,
book.
I saw that
Elaine.
it was a trilogy, so that's what I had put the one, which is crazy, right, to be told, because believe it or not, I just had 5 credits, and I got an email saying that my credits was gonna expire, so I went and spent them. I only,
Oh no. But
yeah.
I am addicted to the library. I mean, as much as it seems like I'm on YouTube, I listen to like at least 3 audiobooks a week.
Mhm.
Um and then also uh because I check them out from the library, but also on YouTube, there's a lot of audiobooks on YouTube. I mean, just regular YouTube people just uploading them. So search it
Mhm.
on YouTube too. It might be on here already. Search it with
Okay.
the word audiobook in the search line too.
Okay. All right. I will
Yeah,
do that.
they probably have the book online somewhere because I've been listening to a couple thrillers on YouTube too.
Okay. And what's
Yeah.
up, Demon Soul member? And yeah, please like the video, y'all. Make sure that you do like the video.
How do you
It's
think people are going to react to your live today?
I think that some people are gonna get upset, but that's okay. I mean, don't I make people angry anyway? That's just
But
I,
I thought it was very informative without being preachy, right?
mhm.
And so
Mhm.
I don't know anybody who gets upset is just upset because their hit dog being hollering. Because
Hollering, yes.
I didn't think uh I didn't think it was offensive.
Right. I tried not to be offensive, but
No,
really just break it down and analyze what was going on. I think that it will be well received for the people who give it a view, but then I also believe that it's going to shine a mirror into some faces. I hope that it enhances everybody to understand that a DL person is a DL person by choice. And there is nothing that you did to make them be that way.
and
I
then
said last night. Remember, Ro? Last night I was saying when people, what does it doesn't do anything to women that a guy comes out as being gay, right? That's his perception and how he feels like other men see him. I mean, what does that do for me? I mean, it does nothing for me that a man is gay. I mean, so I just it's just interesting that you would come to area where there's a lot of women. It's a lot of women who coddle the men in this area, and it's a lot of women also who just accept you for being gay, and then to come over here and uh take on such a negative take towards the gay community that was very odd when you think about it, because this is a community you didn't have to come into. So
Correct. Correct. You didn't have to come into, but you came into to chase clout.
yeah,
Only for you to chase clout, and you ended up getting some clout, but not the clout that you was banking on. Because essentially, if you really look at it up and down, he quote unquote traded his DL lifestyle for the clout.
but y'all know another reason of I feel like why, and I'm just like why he was so angry about the whole I guess violation or exposing is because some of the females did find they were interested in him and
who
they would give him cash
who
apps.
who
Shock him. Like they
who
would give
no
him.
who was interested?
It was quite a bit of women that would. I mean, you know somebody had to be interested, even if they're saying like everybody did not think he was gay. They were going with okay, you're not gay, and oh, he got a nice body. So or his
Ro,
mind.
I don't think that's true. But I
I mean,
respect your
it had to
opinion.
be.
Well, I do think that women were supporting him, not necessarily wanting him sexually, but I do think, or romantically, let me say it that way. But I do think they were supporting him because
And some of that
a lot
support
of
could have
women
got
were
cut.
watching his interaction with you and were not happy at all. So, and they didn't like that he was teasing you. So even if he was a straight man, it came across as he was teasing you, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that women were interested in him like that because he was okay with manipulating how we looked at it. Like I said, teasing you, manipulating you into doing things, knowing he had no interest in you. I don't know what woman would find that would be romantically interested in that. But I do think that some women liked him. They found him. I will say this: when he really got it, when he left after the limit thing and came back, I was talking to Lady Nika once, and she was saying how his channel was really good. You know, she found it she found him to be very entertaining over there, and I was like, okay, you know, because I didn't watch, and I was like, okay, and she had positive things to say. I remember hearing any woman say he was attractive.
Oh, I would. I
That's why I was
mean,
like, who did you hear say that? And I don't want you to call out names for real, but think to yourself, who said that?
Yeah,
but see the
I
thing.
would have to agree with right to be told. I think him having the backing of Ness and Brianna is
Hmm.
really what it was, but I don't even think either one of them thought he was attractive.
No, no, no. It was. I don't think they saw him romantically at all. No. And to me, it was always a question, right? And I mean, Ro, this is no disrespect to you at all. So I hope you don't take it this way. But him flirting with you and Lady Dimples, and I love Lady Dimples, but him flirting with both of y'all. Why would women want to jump in the ring and find him romantically? You know, be romantically interested in him? I don't think that's true. It just puts
Wait, wait,
too
wait.
much. It puts too much doubt into like what's going on here.
Well, how come they was fighting though to say that he was straight? So I mean, see, that's something too. People were fighting to say that he was straight.
Who?
People were fighting to say that he was straight. Like they were like, look, it's a straight man. That is a straight man. It won't like that was the reason that you know people were doing it. I think maybe if that was happening, they was like saying this man is straight because they some so if people yelling out that he's straight, that means somebody must have liked them.
I never
And
I
that
heard
was
think
that.
I
I
think
oh
they
never
were
heard that.
yeah, won't they?
I think they were feeling like that he could have been straight because he was something new. And he was a man that was new from a different sector. And he wasn't overly feminine.
Yeah.
No. Well, yes, maybe, but also, I don't know. I don't know. I never thought he was straight, and I didn't care. Um, you know, I don't care who people sleep with, so I didn't care that he was straight. But I don't know. I just never. I know he said okay. Listen, if you say you're straight or if you say you're gay, I'm gonna go with what you say.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe it, but I'm gonna respect you enough to say, okay, well, if that's what you say. So maybe that's what you heard, Ro, because he said he's straight. You heard people repeating him.
It's been okay. Like from just the perspective of certain men that folks say over in this area that when they say they straight, and then
Hmm.
you have that disagreement or whatever. Some people say no, he gay. You're gonna have that group that say, look, that's a straight man. Like no, he say he is straight. Some like especially like y'all people that actually fight that. I ain't gonna say like a war, but that situation around here where you like no, that man is gay, and then you had the people that are with him that'll be like no, he is not gay. Y'all need to stop putting that on him. He said he is not gay.
1 second, Ro.
I don't know.
First, I didn't even realize that I had this. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much to Black Swan. I'm sorry. I was so busy up in my presentation. I didn't even realize that this one came through. Thank you for the contribution for contributing to my goal. It is much appreciated. And 1 second, I got a visitor back here. So that's why I put up the pride banner. Hold on. Hello.
Hey, Jadon.
Hey, I knew it was you, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Good
that's the
morning.
best.
Hello.
Good morning, happy Pride Month. Oh well, it
Happy
starts
Pride.
tomorrow.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure that it was you. Thank you for joining us up here, Rebel.
Oh, I
Hey,
love this
stranger.
conversation. Hey, sassy.
No, no, that's right to be told.
Hey, right to be told. I couldn't hear that. This is y'all. Well, I don't want to interrupt anybody. I was gonna wait because I was gonna add my 2 cents.
Okay. Well, and hey to Janelle G member. Hey to everybody. Hey Corio and everybody coming in. Okay, so Janelle G did say you are speaking of when you became aware of the Billy Goat, but in the beginning it was believed that he was heterosexual. Yeah, he came being heterosexual, is what he told everybody. Good morning to everybody. And then let's see. Okay, y'all can go ahead. Oh, and Demon Soul is back here too. Let me
Is
make
she
sure.
talking? Is she talking about me? Oh, go ahead.
I think she was referring to what you were saying when you were asking Ro like what women thought he was attractive and everything. I think she put those comments back then, but I wasn't looking at the comments. But hold on, let me let Demon Soul up.
Okay.
Hey
Hey,
Demon
T-
Soul.
hey,
Hey, what's going on?
hey,
Hey,
TMO.
good
Morning,
morning.
boo.
No, the
Hey,
reason why I asked that Jay Dunn is because I was saying I said this last night. Somebody from the Umar sector said that he used to do strip teases. And I asked him myself when he was Nessa's host. I said, do you do strip teases for men on your highest membership tier?" And he said he did. And he said, yeah, he puts on, strip tease shows. And I said, well, wait a minute now. What if men are buying the memberships? He said, yeah, whoever buying the membership, they can see it. He don't care. That's not, that's not straight man behavior. So I never thought that. That was that was when they first came over. And I just really didn't pay attention to him dragging or down in the community. I know he had a strong hatred towards lesbians because that's why lesbianas didn't like him. She absolutely didn't like him. She wouldn't let him say more than 3 words on lemon she did not like him. And
I know. I remember
so
she
I
couldn't stand him, and that's why she refused to go to the Vegas trip with them.
yeah, she did.
And I
You're right.
think that is so unfortunate because just imagine if he didn't go and they could at least got to meet her. But she refused to go
Yeah.
because he was going.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm done. Go ahead, Rebel. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. I was going to add that, the thing with the DL men like that is they know how to. I've seen two women's lives be destroyed because of DL men. I saw one waste away because he infected her. I saw another, he would beat her all the time. And I knew this guy was DL because he and I messed around when we were teenagers. It's like never women. Don't think just because a man acts a certain kind of way and act like, oh, look at them gay people. He make excuse. That's a cover up. A lot of gay men will tell you they were homophobic at one time in their lives. Don't ever be fooled by there's no gay people in my family. Girl, your husband, your son, your uncle, your daddy may even be living in the closet. And these men, be a man that's trying to be overly masculine. He's trying to prove he hard, he thug, he doing all of this stuff because it's overcompensation. It's overkill. A man content you think is cute when he make comments about gay people, realize he's just diverting your attention away from who he is. And someone like this, the Billy Goat, he came on. He was complimenting women. And he talking about how he would do this to a woman. I'm like, he's not doing all. He's putting on the show. This is a man that dresses up like Elvis and little Muppets and stuff. Do you really take him seriously? And
No, Ro's
I'm
the only one that thinks we did.
the thing is, I'm like,
No,
he's a
it's
court
not me.
jester. He's a
Ro
court jester. He's a court jester. This is the first time he's going to be performing with Cardi B. Are y'all serious?
Well, that's what I was about to say. Ro probably thought that we took him seriously because Ro took him seriously. Even though I was like, Ro, don't take him seriously. He ain't performed with no motherfucking body.
And I
But
got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. I
Right.
mean, come
But
on.
Rebel, did you enable that guy to be on the down low, the one you used to mess with, and then he was messing with a friend of yours? Do you feel like you
No.
enabled him?
No, because let me tell you, it's about several times this happened to me. A woman caught her boyfriend playing with my nether region while I was asleep. She caught him doing it to me while I was asleep. Do you not know? And this, my friend, she comes into the chat sometimes. It was her sister that caught him. And he told her when she confronted him, they had this big blow up. She went right back to him and made me the enemy. Like I had did something. I wasn't even out at the time. And He was playing with my stuff. I was about 16. I had been drinking with them because she was the house that we would go to because it was like she was the grown up, like 21, 22. We were 16, and they would let us drink over there. I was drunk. He felt on me. He apologized to me, but she had sent me home the next day, and I didn't know why. She was like, I think it's best if you go home today. When she invited me to come spend the weekend, she got with him. She got back with him. He treated her like crap and eventually left her for a guy and moved into the same complex with her, the same apartment complex. I've had guys approach me with their daughters and say, "Man, who did your goatee? I like that goatee. Give me your barber number. Give me your number and I can get your barber number." Because they had one guy had his daughter there with him. He was from the islands. And
That's exactly what they talked about in that book. Mm-hmm.
so they do that and it's over. I have people in my family. Y'all, I have people in my family that I know have messed around and they are married. They have women, girlfriends. The thing is, they treat those women like crap because they really don't like women. They're doing what they feel they have to do to fit in. But a man have such a toxic relationship with a woman. Be careful of that. He always degrading you. Only thing you're there for is the physical thing and to have children. His heart may be, he may live in his head as a gay man, but he may came from a strict religious background. He may don't want to disappoint his parents. It's a host of things, but I think that's being a coward. I told my family, baby, my coming out story was I was on Ricky Lake. And when I went on Ricky Lake, my family knew I was gay from that point on. And I wanted someone to say something to me because I would have bit their head off at the damn shoulders. You're not going to make me live. You talking about me, but your daughter screwing everybody and got 6 baby daddies. Your son in and out of jail. He's selling drugs in the neighborhood, but you don't talk about me because I'm a gay man. Get the hell out of my face. No one did. And my grandmother loved me. My grandmother would want to meet my boyfriends because her mother was a Southern Baptist. My grandmother's brother was trans. My grandmother's brother died in like the early 90s from that complications of the disease. He moved to California and became a woman. His mother could not stand that. She was a Southern Baptist, eternal damnation. My grandmother said she would never be like that with any of her children or grandchildren. My grandmother loved me. She wanted to meet my boyfriend. She always, baby, when she would meet my boyfriend, she was they call them fag hags, but that's a term of endearment, so no one get offended.
I actually used that term a little bit earlier because my cousin, that was the first time I was ever introduced to the term. My older cousin, all of her friends were gay guys, all of them.
My grandmother, when she would meet my friends, she'd be like, "Hey, queen," and they would be like, "Oh my God, your grandmother called me a queen." What? And I used to be like, I say, "Mama." I said, "Mama, everybody don't like to be referred to as a queen." And she was, "Baby, I don't know." But it was just, I grew up in that kind of world. My family always loved, my mother would meet my boyfriends and we would go to my brother's house for holidays with his partner he was with for 8 years. So when I see these DL men, I look at them as being a cancer in the community. DL men are a cancer because they affect everyone in some kind of way. And it's not a positive thing. Live in your truth and tell people to kick rocks.
So, Rebel, you just gonna slide past the fact that you was on Ricky Lake, like we.
Rebel, did you fight anybody in the audience? Who you jump on the
Let me tell y'all.
Rebel, you was on Ricky Lake.
Don't you made it, kiddo.
Right, you gonna slide on. And I love me some Ricky Lake, but she always brought the gay people on at the end to surprise everybody. So, but I love
the show was called
I had a Ricky Lake experience too, Rebel. You was on Ricky Lake?
You did.
It was called Confronting.
Oh.
It was Confronting an Ex was the topic of the show. And me and my friend, I went to high school and we just wanted to go to New York for a free trip. I called him and I said, "Hey, I'm going to call Ricky Lake and say, you were my boyfriend and you cheated on me. Let's go on the show." He's like, "You serious?" Baby, they called me back in about 3 or 4 days. We flew to New York. And I remember it was a time when Janet Jackson was releasing her Velvet Rope album. Because we went to the Virgin Mega store. And the guy that was on Ricky Lake, he called in. He called in when Jay Wilson, it was on a show Jay Wilson was having. He called in and he didn't know that was me up there until I said his name, and he was like, "Wait, hold on," and we laughed about it, but it was that was my coming out story because when I came on Ricky Lake, they were like my family. It was cousins, fourth and fifth cousins calling. Is that him on TV? That's him on TV. He gay. I didn't know he had sugar in his tank. And I was so defiant. I said, "Damn right, it was me. Who gonna say something? Check me if they
Right.
want to." And y'all, I was defiant. So,
Good for you.
mm-mm.
Yeah,
Well,
I
and
had
I
some
just
people that went on
wanted
there
to
and it was a
know.
fake show too. So, but go ahead, Tibbo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, one thing that I wanted to say was good morning to DG Justin. Good morning to Just Trolling member. So they were saying, so before your Ricky Lake appearance, did you date women, Rebel?
Yeah, I used to get it on with girls in junior high and high school. I slept with so many girls. I was a very, the thing was, I came and I was aware of my body at a young age, and it goes back to the DL man because I had a family friend that used to touch on me. He was an older guy, but he wasn't an adult. Like if I was 9 or 10, he was like about 12 or 13. Him and his brother both were touching on me, but they didn't know each other was touching and filling me up and stuff. And
So somebody was
both of
touching on
them,
them.
yes,
That's such a
exactly.
common theme in real.
Yes,
We need to have a real conversation about that. That is such a common
yes.
theme.
I would love to have that. And y'all, but the thing is, they both, one married a white woman, the other married a woman. And the thing was, he would act so homophobic. And I was like, how is he homophobic with? We would go to the country and he would be around y'all. He would want me to sleep under his cover with him. We would have pallets on the floor. He have me filling me up, filling him up, making me do stuff to him and
Excuse me,
his
Rebel.
brother.
Excuse me, Rebel. Excuse me. Jay Dunn, what's your definition of enablement? Because Rebel son tell the
Well, for me, I feel like
DL.
enabling. Well, I feel like enabling a DL person is whenever you know that they are in fact gay and you've seen it with your own eyes and you're gonna go along with their lies.
Okay.
That's enabling.
See, Rebel.
No, I was
This your
11
third
or
story. This
12.
your third
No,
story.
but listen, no, because let me tell you, the one that felt me up, I was asleep. I did not know he did that. And when I was younger,
That's
I
true.
was confused. I was like 9 or 10 years old. These were teenagers that was filling me up. Now, I'm going to tell you, I had a boyfriend. When he told me he was bisexual, I broke up with him because I don't deal with bisexual men because I could deal with you cheating with me with another guy, but I don't want to have to look at you. Look, you looking at my home girls, you looking at my deal with a bisexual man. And to me, they kind of go, they're if you're out bisexual, cool. But most bisexual men are not out. So they fall under the DL category for me. And I don't want to deal with that. I seen someone I
Yeah.
worked with, y'all. This woman was 150 pounds. He and her husband infected her because he was out there messing with trans and drag queens. He gave her the virus. I saw this woman get to 70 pounds. And she was into the church talking about she praying about it. And I was like, she wouldn't say it was lupus. She was making up all these excuses, but it came out he had infected her. But she was praying. And I'm like, prayer is not enough, girl. You should have got on some kind of medication. But you letting your church tell you to pray about it, God will heal you. No. Man-made medicine is what you need. Prayers are not going to heal you. That's just the reality. You have to do other things. And prayer for your mind works, but for your body, you need medication. And she died. And I witnessed other women go through this same thing with these toxic DL men because they make you think they're so straight because of how they feel about gay people. Meanwhile, they selling you a bill of goods. They're not real. It's all an act.
I'm glad you said that, Rebel, because not only that applies to mental health too. I heard a black woman say this, and it was so true. She was like, you got to have faith and medication or mental health intervention, because in order to clear the fog out of your mind or clear the illness out of
Hmm.
your body or clear the illness out of your body when it comes to HIV, you have to have a combination of both. Like that's just the way it has to be, because they both function off of each other.
Yeah, it was a pastor from Dallas gave it to his wife. Another pastor, he gave it to his wife. I knew the pastor. He would go to the clubs. We had a girl here that was found unalive. It was national news. Her name was Malia, a little girl named Malia here in Houston. They were searching for her, found her bones, and her mama's boyfriend had unalived this girl. I remember seeing this guy at the parking lots of the clubs and stuff. When I saw him, I said, he looks familiar. Then I called my friend. I said, isn't that the dude that be out there messing around with people in their cars and all that? He was like, yep, that's him. He was
Yeah, you
treating
had
them one.
people
He
who
was
would
abusive
patrol
to
the
the.
parking lot. Y'all had people who would patrol the
He,
great gay men
oh
parking lot.
yes, baby. And don't go to Atlanta. Atlanta, baby. They be having jump off freak parties at lunchtime. Atlanta, y'all, is so many DL men that they have on lunch breaks. They go to bookstores and freaks. They have parties that they all freaking together. It's a lot of stuff that straight people don't know that go on.
Oh wow. And Rebel,
Yeah.
don't forget y'all. Don't forget about that. Um, like gay men too usually get it. I'll say maybe if they are maybe dealing with a down low guy. I've had a couple of friends that just got it. They from what they told me, and then some of them I found out that they had it in like a moment of somebody a friend to say, "Oh yeah, this one." I'm like, "Oh my god, what happened? How did they get that?" And you learn a lot.
You
Especially
do
when
learn
they
a
when they
lot.
are being sexually promiscuous. I'll say.
That's prep. Get on prep. Get on prep. Get on prep. If you're having unprotected, get on prep. Don't think you don't know what a man is doing because you marry him. You say you're gonna be married to him forever. How many divorces we have? Just all of that. Just keep it in mind that these men are not. A man will lie to you. You can catch him red-handed doing something. He gonna lie his behind off.
Right in your face.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right.
Huh. Now, D Miss O, what did you have something that you wanted to add up here?
No, I was
Like, do
just
you know
I didn't know
anything
if,
about DL people or about enabling or anything like that you know of?
well, the books I've read, the books that y'all was talking about. I just came to make sure Rose saw what I said, because I was gonna tell him we gonna do that as a book hole, because that's what we naming our
Ooh.
book our book reports. I mean our book club things. We're gonna be book holes, bro. So we gonna I want to make sure he know
Yes.
we gonna read that book, because I read it back in the day and I might actually still have a hardback copy. But yeah, we gonna read that book because that book was so interesting. That would make for a great discussion. So
What
thank
book?
you,
What
Jay
book was that?
on
What
the
book was
down
that?
low, by J.L. King. Remember he used to be he used to be
Oh,
on Love.
I read all his books.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read Elin Harris,
Oh
and
yeah.
J.L. King. Yes.
I read all the Elan books, honey. That damn Basil with his light eyes and light self. He thought he was the cream of the crop. But yeah, let's
Mm-hmm.
reread
Didn't
let's read that, Ro.
Yes, boo. And Basil, he was okay with going to therapy and everything. That man used to go to therapy, so he
Right.
was,
He
he
sure
was trying to
did.
get himself.
That lets you go. Yo, you can have an agenda going to therapy all the time. People come in there with their own agendas and it don't help them, because you come in there with your own agendas, you're gonna tune out and only focus on what you think the issue is.
Yeah,
Y'all,
that
you
was.
get I got caught. Baby, my boyfriend when I was about 19 or 20. Baby, why his stepfather came in, I had to hide in the closet, and the man caught me in the house half naked. Baby, I had some
Oh my.
stories. Yeah.
Oh my
But
goodness,
y'all,
Rebel.
let me tell you, his stepfather, he couldn't stand his stepfather. But y'all, why? So me and the boyfriend at the time, I said, man, I don't want to do this. He's like, no, my mom at work, my dad at work. I was in there in the living, we messing around in the living room. I said, I heard a car door shut. He said, no. His stepfather they had burglar bars, and I heard the burglar bars being unlocked. Baby, I had one pants leg on, no shirt on, socks hanging off my feet. I ran into the room, and why the room I ran into was his parents' bedroom. So I didn't know. I ran into the first room, which was a bedroom. I'm in the closet. The man came in and started watching some adult content on the TV and was playing with himself. And
Oh my god.
I was, y'all, I was in the
Oh
closet. And
my
you know how, like,
god.
I swear, y'all, when people be like, Rebel, you make it, I swear to you, this happened. And my legs, I was so scared, y'all, my legs started shaking. My knees was like on cartoons, how your knees shake. My knees were shaking. So they had hardwood floors. I heard when he finished pleasuring himself, and it was straight content he was watching. But I could hear because they had one of those kind of closet doors that slid. It didn't open. It kind of slid on. So when he left to go to the kitchen, I heard the floor creaking. I heard the floor creaking when he was going. I'm trying to get out the. I'm leaving the closet to go run to go to another room. Why? He started coming back, and I ran back in the closet. It happened twice until he caught me the third time. And he said, "Man, what you doing in my house? Man, you know you could get shot being somebody." Y'all, I was so embarrassed. I was just, and he said, "Man, Brian, what you got going on here? Man, what you going on here? You a punk? You a punk?" Baby, Brian couldn't stand him. And he just cursed his dad, his stepfather out. I got the hell up out of there. And it was definitely a defining moment. Never sneak in someone else's house again.
Rebel, so you were given the first trapped in the closet. Hold on, we got to get that to you now. All right, Kelly. Hold on,
Baby, I
this is the
was,
gay version.
baby, but now, and you know, actually, this was right before Ricky Lake. This was right before Ricky Lake. But I, I just knew then, you know, listen, I'm gonna live my life. I'm not gonna. No one's gonna dictate how I live because I'm not gonna be miserable just to make you happy. Sorry, that's
That's
you
good,
know.
Rebel. Yeah, you came into knowing who you were, at a much earlier age than some of us that may feel, that stronghold of the church on us, and we may not know exactly which way to go. But it's always
And I'm
good when
not
you know who
religious.
you want to be first.
I'm a spiritual agnostic. I'm agnostic. I was almost atheist at one point, and I was like, let me be open to all religious beliefs. I've had friends that were Buddhists. I've had friends that were atheists. Had people that were Southern Baptist Christian, and I just found my own peace with feeling there's a higher power, but I don't follow the Bible because the Bible's man, written by man. Hell, Trump can write something right now and people will believe it 100 years from now. So I don't follow any particular doctrine. But I've gone to a church before. I was going to the Kingdom Hall. My Bible teacher was a Jehovah Witness that was a cousin when I was a kid. We would go to vacation Bible school in the summer. I did all that. But I had to come to the terms of this same man that's teaching Bible school is trying to fill on my aunties. So I just looked at it. Find your own relationship, whatever God that you worship, as long as you're not out there hurting disabled people, elderly people, children. Don't kick a dog. Just be a good person. You don't need a book to tell you to be a morally good person.
And I was happy I was able to find my relationship with, with God. A friend actually introduced me to it because I didn't really even though I was made to go, to church when I was younger, and I say made because that's how I felt. Like I really didn't have interest, but a friend of mine took me into going, and through that I found my own relationship, and I started going even when he wasn't going, and
Mm,
I was able to use what I learned throughout a scripture, learn what the word was, and it really helped me,
mm,
to the point where I have found how I talk to him, and it helps you to identify with yourself as well. So everything that I have learned from my high power, I'm so grateful for. I got to say,
And I just want to say to Dina Show and Honest Road. So I just ordered that JL King book. So y'all better do it. Because I just went and looked it up on Amazon and they said it was only one copy left. So I bought the one. So y'all better do it.
I gotta look that up, y'all, to see if I remember that book. On the down.
Yeah,
Invisible.
on the
Oh
Let
down
no,
low.
that
me
was
send
okay.
you,
Yes.
Ro. I'm gonna send it to you.
It was Demon Soul said
Okay.
it's called On the Down Low by J.L. King. And YouTube cameras, I've been here for 2 hours and 41 minutes.
Oh, that'll be new to me. Yeah, I haven't read that one. Oh.
Mm-hmm. On the Down Low by J.L. King.
Yeah,
It
you
said it
might be able
only
to find
had
his
one.
Oprah interview too.
Okay. I had never even heard of that book. And when I looked on Audible, it's not even on Audible. But I've noticed it's certain urban like books that don't make it to Audible. So that's why I was like, well, let
Yeah,
me
they
go
don't really
buy
make it over there.
it.
What's that background? Y'all don't hear that noise?
Um
Hold
I think
on,
maybe
that's my
Rebel.
background.
Oh, Rebel.
oh
Yeah, it's, hold
yeah,
on.
it was either oh yeah, so it was Rebel. Okay. But what you were saying, Demon Soul?
Oh no, no, I'm just telling Ro. I'm gonna send him the book. Yeah, it's on there. They, yeah, a lot of the urban books do not have a presence on like the audibles. I noticed.
Yeah, but that's what made me shocked when I got over there and saw Timothy Blaine's book over there. Tim Blaine must be doing something right because his Meth Monster show over there. I listened to his Meth Monster. I actually got Audible, and I think Meth Monster was the first book I listened to when I got my account. But yes, I think that this is a great discussion. And I know the one person, Janelle G, she was saying that it was turning to a bash session. No, this ain't an attack session, but over here at the Donnaverse, I put a name on everything if it's a name to be placed. So I don't want you to take away from the information that's here in this live just because I'm actually putting a name or because the panelists put a name to whatever we are speaking on. Because even though this live can stand alone, just for what it is, if we have examples and we can call out a name about the example, um, the audience knows who we are talking about. So that would make sense. Oh, right to be told end up falling off. But yeah, the audience would know definitely who we are talking about. So I think it's okay for us to put names on it, but I wouldn't call it attacking anybody. I would just call it calling a spade a spade.
And y'all, just to point this out as well. And I'm sure Rebel can attest for this. Everybody, we don't know who the download men are. Like we can, uh, from where I stand now, I'm like, if the man say, I'm straight, okay, he's straight. I can't just be pinpointing, oh, he gay. He is gay. I don't do all of that, because I'm living my own life. And then somebody saying they gay,
Yes.
folks say, we don't know. When we try, if you say you're this, we accept you for that. So,
Yes. Yeah.
but they think, but see, bro, I'm seeing in the chat, people saying, oh, yeah, you should, like, I don't know. It's a lot of, it's very
Because they
difficult.
can tell we gay. They can tell because of feminine things that they may pick up about us. We can't tell because hell, they DL. So we don't. I'm not one of those gay men that try to push myself on people that are straight. I don't like when Dimples or Tulsa flirt with men over in the sector because I think it's very disrespectful. And I'd be like, come on, y'all. These guys are not even showing any phobias when it comes to us, but they may develop that because you're pushing yourself up on someone. It's like a woman telling you no and you take advantage of her. That may turn her off from men because you kept pushing up on her. I don't
Yeah.
push myself up on DL men. I've never approached a man that I thought was straight ever. They always approach me. And I always be like, well, damn, I didn't even know he messed around because I don't look at you and I won't stare between your legs. I don't flirt with him. If I think a man is attractive and he's straight, he'll never know it because I don't give any indication because I don't want you to think that all gay men are running out here like, oh, I got to have a straight man. Oh, I'm just thirsty because a lot of us are not thirsty like that. Now, there are some queens that are parched that will do all of that. And I look at them and be like, you know what? You gonna get your behind beat. Keep playing, leave people alone. If that man's not flirting with you, don't push yourself upon someone. I'm that type of gay person. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. If I had a friend that none of my friends do that except one, and I always tell him, you're gonna wind up catching hands because you always think it's cute when you make little kind of sexual innuendos to these men and you try to throw your shots to see if they're gonna take it. I'm not doing all that. I don't want you to think I'm trying to push you and make you do something you don't want to do because that's how we end up unalived because they'll mess around with us and then they'll feel that we forced them to do something because they had been smoking some weed or they were drinking and that's what we felt on them or tried to, no, I'm not doing that. It's too much. It's not worth it. Baby, I can go to any gay club and pull a man within 10 minutes. I don't have to do all that.
All right
Right.
now, Robert, look at you.
And I know that one person, I think it might have been C-Mac, but I'm not sure, was saying that as far as outing people that could get you unalived, which yes, it can get you unalived, but enabling the down low people can get other people unalived too.
That's true.
I mean, case in point, the House in Virginia stories that we done heard on this panel today. So I mean, you could keep your mouth shut and somebody end up contracting something that will cause their early demise, or you could call a spade, then yes, somebody might get bent out of shape and feel like their lie is worth more than your life. But I mean, whose problem is that to begin with? And that's the biggest part that I was really harping on earlier because um the truth is the truth, and I think that people should be able to accept what people say. And like even Janelle G just said, about claiming somebody is gay if they didn't say that they are gay. Um, I would have to say like this. As it relates to this area of YouTube, many of these people lie and lie and lie and lie only until they end up getting outed. And I think that's the difference. Here, though, we have where Lemon actually confirmed it all by going through a computer. So that's kind of how this story even came to be a couple of years back. Was he ended up confirming it by looking in the computer. So a lot of the times we know that these people will lie. And it's okay for them to lie. You can most definitely lie about your sexuality, but don't you dare gay bash the people who are living in their truth and who are being open. That's my point. You can lie. Lemon could lie. Billy Goat could lie. Any of them could lie. But I better not be called a dyke by any one of them. Because if you lying about your sexuality, but then ready to call me a dyke, as a term of derogatory and hateful speech towards me as a lesbian, then you shouldn't be saying the fuck thing because you already lying about who you are.
You're right, Jada. I agree with you on that. Shut the hell up because it's not my business to know who you sleep with. But I've been around people. I never outed someone because I know how damaging that could be. I never did that, but I've had friends that did it. But if I'm them around you and you're the loudest one talking about gay people, yeah, I'm gonna give you a side eye because you're sitting up and you're over. Why are you doing? Shut up! Don't say anything. Why are you adding your 2 cents when you part of the community? You're adjacent to the community. Shut the hell up! Don't speak on it. It's not your place to say anything because you're being a coward and not coming. You're not living your truth.
I like that word too, Rebel adjacent. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. But you know what? You do got to be careful too, y'all. Like, be on guard because if that is to happen, like we've seen, where a woman will say, "Oh my God, hold on, I don't walked in on them," and y'all remember that case where the lady did that and she ended up getting unalived because she had exposed it on Facebook
Was it
and
in Indiana? India, she was in Indiana somewhere, Indianapolis, a light skinned lady that walked in on the guy
yeah, that
doing
Uh-huh.
was it,
something.
Rebel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but did y'all see the one with the pastor that was sleeping with the guy? He was in New York somewhere, and the guy was like on OnlyFans, and he was exposed because him and the guy were recording them doing it, and he was a pastor somewhere in New Jersey, New York, somewhere. This was a few years ago, and y'all, I mean, we don't enable. I think when you start saying gay men are enabling, That's another thing. You're still trying to, you're making excuses for these straight men. When do
Mm-hmm.
they be held accountable? When are they going to be accountable for not being honest with who they are? If they don't want to live their truth and they marry women, we're not making them marry women. We're not making them live a straight life. We're living
Thank
gay.
you,
We're gay
Rebel.
men.
That's right.
They come to our club with baseball caps pulled over their head, and you can't see their eyes. They in the parking lots. They going to baby. They go to adult bookstores. They doing every the dimple sucking a piece through a hole in the wall. 9 times out of 10, it's the DL man.
Rebel, now you say it's giving bookstore, it's serving bookstore. Oh my God, Rebel.
Now, Ro, don't
Ain't
try to
that
ask
going
me
to
where the bookstore
bookstore?
is at. Uh,
Well, look what C Mac did make a good point that I didn't think about. So C Mac said, "Question: Did people out Lennon because they saw a grinder app on his phone? Yet people on the panel protect him and make excuses saying he is not gay." Which that's a good question because we did see the grinder app on his phone. That is a fact.
But
And
he's still saying he's not gay. That's the thing. Like he's saying he's not gay. Nobody can make Lemon say hey, I'm gay. Can't nobody do that. So he is saying I am straight. We can't
right,
you can't do nothing about it.
well, but that's where I say enabling DL men because he is a DL man. Because we saw the grinder app on his phone. He could say all day long that he ain't gay, but we saw the app. We saw it. And
But
what I'm
he
not
he had
gonna
an
do
excuse
is
for it.
allow a lemon or anybody like that to convince me that my eyes didn't see what my eyes saw.
And y'all, you know what, Jay Dunn? Let me say something. And Ro, you know this. Just like when I said that man was musty, and y'all, when I said Shaquem Rob was musty in Vegas, people now Rebel, I didn't smell him. Now Rebel, I said when y'all get pissed off, y'all gonna tell the truth. Then I don't have to lie on him. And notice everybody started saying he had a smell afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Lemon, when I met Lemon, this is I'm just keeping it real. When I met you, I was like, oh, hey sis. Lemon is very feminine. I, he's very in person. He's not the most masculine guy. If you see his mannerisms, how he stand, how he purse his lips, Lemon is not masculine in person. Bro, you know this. You met him. Now let's keep it real.
Rebel, you are very messy.
What? What?
Messy.
Well,
No,
I'm
well,
sending
I'm a
you back
truth
to Ricky
teller.
Lake. Hold on, let me call Ricky. Hold on, Ricky Lake. Ricky Lake. He lied, Ricky. Ricky, he lied. She gonna put you on Front Street, Rebel. She's still out here.
But I would never have came out and just outed this man. When I first saw him, I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, he a little sweet. He got a little like my grandmother would say. He got a little sugar in his tank." But I wasn't gonna come on and say anything. But when he started making little comments and talking about, making comments about us in Vegas and how we didn't have fun because we went to go see rocks. What's rocks to go look at? I'm like, but y'all are looking at each other laptops and trying to out each other. Okay, that's the trip that I should go on. That I should be with y'all. But
mm-hmm.
yeah, but the thing is, a man can tell you anything. I don't limit. I didn't. When I saw him, I said he was a little feminine. When I saw how he would stand up, how he pursed his lips, how he would cut his eyes, I was looking at the mirror reflection of myself. But I was like, okay, some men may be feminine. There are Asian men may be feminine. I've met other cultures that have some kind of feminine traits, but they be straight. So I was like,
Yeah.
he's an American person. So, but just seeing his mannerisms, I would have said he was part of the community. I let him say whatever he wanted to say. However you identify, it makes no difference to me.
That's right, Rebel.
And
Ron, what
see
did you
for
think?
me, on my point, I have heard
Okay,
Lemon
I'm putting
call
myself
me.
on.
Well, I was just gonna say, Lemon has called me a bunch of fat black dykes on multiple occasions. When he was mad with Let's Be Honest, she was a whole bag of dykes. He uses that term a lot for him to be secretly hiding in the closet. And I will say, Ro, what you are exhibiting here it looks like enabling because you saw the Grindr app just like I saw the Grindr app. You know what Grindr is for, just like I know what Grindr is for. Not to mention, you had the liberty of meeting this man live and in the flesh, which is what Rebel said. But you were still in denial, but despite all of the concrete evidence and truth that has been presented to your face, which means that you are allowing someone to manipulate you or make you question what you saw and what you know to be true.
He
And
said that the Grinder app, he just said that the Grinder app though. He said that he had did it as a joke, and that's why he did it. It was like a something. What do you say again? Like he said it was yeah, it was like supposed to be like a joke. He just downloaded it. Something. Remember,
well, let
him
me
and Lolo know about it.
let me ask you this
Yeah.
question, Ro. Why do you think it was necessary for him to go through the Billy Goat's computer? Because let's be honest,
He said he heard his name.
straight people are not going through other straight people computer to figure out if they straight.
No, he said he saw his name, and then he said he's nosy. So he said that's what made him look more into it because he said, "Hold on,
And
why
you
my
believe
name up here?
that?
All I can do is take him for what he say his word is." He said that he saw. He said that he was like, "Hold on, that's my name." Because I mean, I don't think he would have deliberately just like dug in there because all they was doing, at first they were just taking pictures of each other, even though that's not good. I'm like, oh, look at that, this is so immature. But I didn't think he would dig that far to say, hold on, I'm about to. I mean, oh, I just got to go in here. Shakim did say that he left his computer open. So he said he left it open and he done went, somewhere, I don't know. But he left it open so I can see maybe something came across Lemon and he was like, hold on, Lemon. And he might have went in because they were already frenemies. They were frenemies on that trip. Baby, frenemy sector. They were frenemies. If y'all didn't know, they were very much tick for tat. And I was like, hold on. It don't need to be no lip bats going on. We trying to have a vacation. But I saw it front view that they were playing lip back. Even though I did notice, I feel, and I always say that Shakim really liked Lemon, and it seemed like the whole time Lemon was just like, "No, we fighting right now." It's even though we together, but we kind of. So it was just very very some very strange stuff. But from what he said, I mean, I just got to take his word for it that he said that he saw his name, and that's what made him dig deeper. But I do feel like that it was wrong, for him to fight with that. He must really didn't like him. That's what he really didn't like him for him to fight and say, "Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say this, violate you this way." So that's the thing. I feel like Shakim probably did feel heartbreak because he did like him more, and then he probably was like, "Oh my God," because he said he felt betrayed. So, but I
Well,
mean,
this is
it's
what
a
I'm
lot.
gonna tell you, Ro.
Okay.
I was in the presence of plenty of people multiple times. And people probably left their cell phone around me, but I just wasn't that pressed to even be trying to look. You see what I'm saying? That's what
Absolutely.
makes it weird. I mean, hell, I was in Rebel's presence, and not once did we think about looking through each other's phone or.
Baby, because you'll have a heart attack. You look through my phone, the first couple of pictures, baby, you gonna throw that damn picture throw it across the room. Back on mute.
Yeah, never once did the thought even cross our minds. Even if my name might have popped up on Rebel's phone or something, I wouldn't have thought to look through it just because that wasn't what was on my mind.
Right, right, right.
So
Who thinks that because you don't know what you're gonna come up on looking into someone's phone. I don't want to
that,
look in your phone like that.
and not
Yeah,
only
and I
that,
respect people's privacy, but it's
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I,
They didn't like each
I,
other. They
I'm
didn't like
not,
each.
I'm not
Well, he didn't
caping
like
for
him. I mean,
either side at all. And thank you so much, Black Swan, for contributing to my goal. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I'm just saying, a lot of it is weird. But I think what you are doing is very diplomatic. But I will say, I would be at a loss if I didn't tell you that you should always trust your own thoughts and feelings and beliefs and instincts before trusting the words of the next person.
oh, I gotta maybe yeah, I gotta think about it that way too. I mean, if I do think about it that way though, I mean, pettiness. Certain things I thought he may have brought, and he was like, hold on, I'm about to violate him. That could have been in his mind, but I will hope not, because that'll be diabolical to use something that I feel like as adults, even though that's another thing too.
Mhm.
Everybody up here, we may have a manners about ourselves to know how to act on a trip, and
Mhm.
say, oh, first start thing is first, I'm gonna make sure that we are all good. So I will say this: Lemon did not tell the truth when he said that he was going to make sure that we were all okay, that he was going to take care of all of us. Because
Mhm.
if you look at it, doing that shows that that was a lie. You didn't take care of Shakim. You basically took some back. So, oh my God, this is bad. I don't know.
And I honestly think, Ro, if it were not probably for the fact that you live in your own truth, that your computer probably would have went through. They probably would have went through yours to see what the hell is you looking for. But and I do want to say, hey,
Right.
hey to Room Shaker,
I
and
don't
hey
know.
to
My
Sonny.
computer.
Because they would have had took Ro's cell phone, computer, and all this kind of stuff to be looking to see what's going on. You know.
But they
But
took
yeah,
pictures of each other too, though. That's son too. So
yeah, they
they
did.
shouldn't have did that. Both of them.
Right. Both of them had a reason for doing whatever they was doing. And essentially, Shakim is the one that got outed. But again, that's when clout chasing goes wrong. Because there is no way anybody would invite themselves or go on a trip with some motherfucking strangers, because at the end of the day, it's all strangers. I don't give a damn how much I talk to y'all up on this computer. It's strangers. And he voluntarily
Right.
went and met with them and left his personal belongings right there to be looked through.
Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah. Absolutely. And but that goes to say like he doesn't maybe have a sense of trust. I'll say
Uh-huh.
maybe maybe that some people do that. I was talking to somebody about that too. He may go ahead and like some people say, I'm not going to trust you until I get to know you. Some people do it the opposite, though. They say, I'm gonna go ahead and throw my trust out and hope that you will respect it. So some people do it, yeah, either start with trust or they'll wait. And I know some people that's married to this day, they say they still don't trust their spouse. I say, oh my God. But yeah, they said they still ain't at that point. That they say, yeah, I still ain't opened my door for the trust yet. I'm like, well, when you gonna open it? Y'all been, married, but yeah, that could be it too.
Not
But
well when
yeah,
you gonna open it.
yeah, because then I think about it, so you don't open that daggone door for that lady.
Bro, you
That
silly.
door, Trent.
Well, one thing too that I will say, even as far as you, I honestly think that, and I felt this way a couple of years back, where you did have a sense of naivete.
Yeah,
But I will say that that's a consistent character trait that you do have. Because even as far as you going and believing about a damn Cardi B and buying a plane ticket to go across the country and all this, you believed it. And so even though I just grilled you in the way that I did, I honestly believe that you want to believe that Lemon is being truthful.
Yeah. It's I feel like I respect Lemon enough to, I mean, if he say that he's this, I'm gonna just, he can be that. I've I did talk about, certain situations, but he does continue to say that he is, um that he's straight. So I'm just like, hey, man, get married, have a family if that's what suits you.
Would you want him marrying a family member in your family, a woman?
He ain't even looking right now.
But if no,
Um
the question
No, no,
is,
answer that question, Rebel.
yeah,
Answer it.
yeah. I mean,
Answer it.
see, Ro likes to dance around. Jay, when you ask him questions,
Uh-huh.
Ro
Yeah,
will
answer that
dance
question.
okay, let me really think for real.
because you're honest,
Yeah, I
Ro.
mean, it would
Okay, he answered
I,
the
yeah,
question right there, J Dub.
I know,
You
right,
gotta.
because that question, it just came, you just shot it out. I don't know. I mean, if they like it, yeah, if they like it, I love it. I mean,
If they like it, if they like it, what you mean when you say if they like it?
if
Well,
that's
you
what
trying to
they
say it's
want, if Limit is the type of man that they would see themselves with, yeah.
okay.
I mean, I can't look at it that way because I usually don't look into setting somebody, like unless they come to me and say, "Oh, Ro, I want this person." I want this person, or something like that. So
I'm a
looking at it from that standpoint, I'm like,
I'm gonna give
hey, I
you an
can't tell you not to be with
example.
them.
I'm gonna give you an example for myself personally, because I know what Rebel where Rebel was going when he gave you that question.
Okay.
So, case in point, my best friend out here, definitely a womanizer. We go out together. We done been out in the clubs and stuff, and I done seen her mess over women. I've seen her do it. And it just so happened two of my cousins ended up being out here, and we met up with them because I hadn't seen my cousins in forever. And my younger cousin, she about uh, I would say at the time she was about 32, 33. And she is like maybe 4 years younger than me, 4, 5 years younger. Well, anyway, my best friend that met them with me was flirting with my cousin. Now, I know my cousin is very eclectic. She could be bisexual. I don't get up in her business. But I noticed they was flirting with each other, and it made me highly uncomfortable. But that's only because I know the type of friend that my friend is. And I'm protective of my cousin. When Rebel just asked you, would you want Lemon to marry somebody up in your family? It made me think about that because I damn sure would not be wanting my cousin to marry my best friend. And that's my best friend. Absolutely not.
Right,
Because
and
I
I've been
already
in a
know.
situation.
Huh?
hmm No, I've been in a situation like that. But
Mm-hmm.
I knew my cousin wasn't no good. I knew he was a womanizer. And when he would meet my homegirls, he'd be like, "Man, trying to hook me up." But I'd be like, when I talk to my homegirl, I'd say, "Girl, run for the damn hills." Hell no. And they would listen because I knew my cousin, he's not about anything. He's a
Mm-hmm.
womanizer, he's jealous, he's put hands on women. No, I don't want you dating my friend because I want to conserve my friendship. I don't want to lose my friendship because of some crap you done did to them. So no, he's not. I've had, even at my job, I've had family members say, try to get me on there. I want to hell no, because I know what your work ethic is. No, I'm not gonna, because you're my cousin and I put you down. I give I refer you, and then they look at me like, why the hell you this man never come to work? And you had him to get hired on? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so I feel like Rebel asked you that because a lot of the times we know stuff that our relatives don't know about a person. And so
Oh,
therefore we are more protective. And
Right.
even when that happened, once all was said and done, I checked my friend. I didn't check my cousin because I mean I didn't. I checked
Your
my
cousin
friend.
didn't know your friend. You
Right.
know?
I checked my friend and I'm like, you not about to fuck over my cousin. I said, what the hell is wrong with you? I said, what you gonna fuck her and then what? Because that my
Hmm.
friend is the type that like a
Oh, yeah.
chase, you know, and then once she done got what she wanted to get out of the person, then she moving on to the next chase. And I'm not about to let you do my relative like that, you know? And
Oh, I see
Hmm.
what
even in the
you're saying.
sense when it comes to a down low person, if I know that somebody is potentially down low up in the closet, hell no, I don't want you fucking up my relative's life by marrying them only for 20 years down the line. My cousin walk in on you fucking a man. No, the
Right.
fuck.
Put yourself in that person. You got to be able to put yourself in other people's shoes. And just don't, would you want to meet someone and you didn't know they were out there busting it down with everybody? And that was your friend's cousin, and they still let you get led on. They knew you were the kind of person looking for a relationship. And the cousin was giving you all, he was love bombing you and all of that. But you knew that your friend or whoever it was not about anything. You need to tell me or get on them, and because I may be going into something that I'm not aware of. Put
But
yourself in someone else's shoes.
can I tell y'all this though? Also, we also got to look at some folks will not listen to you. Like they gonna do what they want to do. Yeah, like do y'all have ever had those relatives like, and they'll hang up on you, like to the point of wanting to do what they want to do. So I've had those situations happen a lot of times where I may be trying to give somebody some good advice on, oh my God, you need to maybe not mess with this person, and they do what they want to do. So I mean,
Oh,
it's
mm-hmm.
that's what I've run into before. Yeah, I would love to tell somebody, look, don't mess with this person. I don't see too much good of a future, but they still go out and do it, because they want to. But would I straight up set somebody up with lemon that is someone I care about? No, from this stuff up here. No, I would not do that. But yeah.
And look,
I
DG
wouldn't even out
Justice
someone.
said, DG Justice said, real talk, if my friend hooked me up with a raggedy motherfucker, knowing they raggedy, they might have to see me because what the fuck you mean? Well, Lemon stated he is he called himself raggedy during his broadcast all the time. But even outside of Lemon, the reason why I use the real life situation is no, I'm not going to try to tell my cousin what to do because I feel like that ain't my place because I wouldn't want her trying to tell me what to do. But I am
Hmm.
going to check my friend that I know is low down. And, I'm like, no, you ain't about to do none of that with my family. And plus, I feel like I'm not overstepping a boundary because I'm talking to my friend about a woman that she is interested in, just like I've talked to her about the countless other ones. Now I'm just talking to you about the one that's related to me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Jay Gunn, and this, I'm in
Oh,
a situation right now, and me and a good girlfriend of mine are at odds because I have a cousin that's with a guy. Now, from back in the days, I remember some of the gays in the neighborhood would talk about messing around with him. Now, this is when we were like teenagers, early 20s, which wasn't that long ago for me. But along when we were like teenagers, early 20s, this guy would mess around with some of the kids from the club and people that I knew. But I didn't see it myself. This is just word of mouth. My cousin is with this guy. They're living together now. And I told my friend about it. She doesn't know it's my cousin, but when I told her, she said, you should say something to her. I said, I don't think I should say anything because this is word of mouth. Because if I say something to her, women, think about if someone came and told you your man was DL or they heard he messed around. A woman that really likes a man may not take what you say seriously, or they may be like, oh, did you see it yourself? I didn't say it. What I told my cousin was, hey, girl, I just said like this, whoever you date, be safe with them. Y'all go get tested together, get on prep. I said, girl, because, a lot of times these guys be out here doing everything. Just protect yourself. And she said, "Oh yeah, baby, I ain't trying to have no babies." I said, "And I ain't talking about birth control. I'm talking about actually protection of going to get tested together. Just do that." I didn't tell her what I heard about her boyfriend because hell, they lived together, and I didn't know they've been together for about a year living together. So and he's a friend of the family. We grew up together, all of us. So I don't think it's my place to go to her and say, "I heard this about your man," because that would be for me doing too much.
Oh, so okay, so yeah, Robert. So you let her make her own decision, or you just sent her out there? All
Well,
right,
she
yeah.
didn't meet, but she was with him when I found out they were together. They had already been living together for a year. So at this point, y'all been being intimate with each other a whole year. So what am I gonna say if I come to you and say, "Hey, when we were
Oh,
teenagers, that this person said they messed around with him. They said that he sucked they this or he sucked they let him." I can't say that because that may be just me being a busybody queen and just
oh,
being a parrot,
mm.
parroting what other people say. If I didn't see it myself, I'm going by what others. But again, where there's smoke, there's fire. So I I just told her to be safe because when I found out they were dating, I only found this out a few weeks ago. And I don't think it's my place to go to her and say, "I heard this." What if somebody heard something about you and came to your partner and said, "I heard this about him," and they weren't for certain, or they were just going by word of mouth? It's a very slippery slope that you got to be careful before you try to engage and put yourself into something.
That's right. Yeah, because they'll feel like you basically trying to attack their relationship
Or he
or
may, yeah, or he'll turn it around.
jealousy.
You know,
Yeah.
men are turning around and say, "Man, that punk trying to get with me. That punk been wanting me. He know I ain't like that. He just want to get with me." All of that. And a woman may be like, "Yeah, baby. Oh, it's, I've seen all of that." If you, that's why I would say, don't go look into a person's phone. Don't go search a person's phone unless you're ready to break up with them. Because you look in that phone and you see questionable stuff, that's going to mentally mess with you for a long time. If I'm ready to end it, I'll look in your phone. I don't do it. But if I wanted to do it and say, "Okay, you know what, this is going to be a reason to break up because I know you're cheating." First off, it wouldn't get to that point because I'd kick them to the curb anyway. But I think that you just have to be aware before you just open your mouth and insert yourself in someone else's relationship. I don't know. Maybe they talked about him being bi. Maybe they had that conversation. Who am I to go and say anything after they've been together a year? If she would have came to me and asked me when she met him and say, "Hey, what you think about so and so? You think I should get with him?" Then I would have said something. But hell, I found out a year later that y'all are living together. It's what can I do now? Maybe he used to be. Women get the luxury, and this is the double standard that's a bunch of BS. Women get the luxury of saying that they messed around in college. And I just had one time thing with a woman, and it's all is forgiven. They straight forever. A man can say he got a BJ in junior high, hell, fifth grade, he got a blowjob. But they're gonna say he gay for he's 99 years old, he gonna be gay.
Yeah, yeah, I already discussed that one because the whole bisexual. Because some people don't believe in bisexuality for men, but they'll say that women they'll try it out, but then they'll just go back. So yeah, I mean,
That I'm happy you brought that up, Rebel, because that was one of the things that I had actually talked to a friend about the fact that a woman unfortunately can mess around multiple times in life and still be considered heterosexual. But a man, all he got to do is glance at another man and he is gay for the
Mhm.
rest of his life.
that's right, Jada. Yeah. Mhm.
And I don't think sexuality is so rigid. A lot of times, y'all, I know gay men. Y'all, when I look at let me say adult material online, um, a new thing, Jadon and Ro, have y'all seen the FTMs? The FTMs actually have intercourse with gay men. So
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
basically a lesbian having sex with a gay man. Like, what the hell? So the
Mhm.
FTMs, they become men. They've had breasts removed a lot of times, but they still have their woman parts. And they're
Right.
actually having intercourse with men that do adult male on male content. That screwed my mind up when I saw it because I was like, basically, you are like a stud sleeping with a gay man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yes.
and even that too, with what you said, where they showed the pregnant man. And that
Yeah,
ain't
that was
no
a
pregnant.
woman.
Right, that was a
Right.
woman that had top surgery and might have transitioned, but that's not a pregnant man. But at the same time, I respect the pronouns for people just out of respect.
Hmm.
But it is
Hmm.
very, very
It's
interesting.
misleading. It's misleading when you tell some like a young person be like,
A
that's a
child,
man that
yeah.
got pregnant. Yeah, that's a man that got pregnant. No, biologically, that's a. I don't believe in trans women playing sports against straight women.
So
Biological women shouldn't be in the same sports with them. They shouldn't.
So FTM is a female to male. That's what FTM is, female to male. So it's when a woman goes through the transition to become a man. That's what FTM is. And that's how you see pregnant men, quote unquote pregnant men, because that's a woman that transitioned into a man but still decided to have a baby.
Yeah. Hey,
Baby,
Sonny.
I think I got my studs. Baby, let me tell you something. I saw some sexy studs, and I'd be so pissed. Like when I used to go to the club, I'd be like, oh, he's fine. Damn, look at him. He is cute. Then a friend of mine said, you know, that's a stud. I said, God damn, I got by another one. And them studs, they be taking hormones, they be getting facial hair, they be looking like dudes a lot of times, just like some of the trans girls that were men and started looking like women. Like T.S.
Mhm.
Madison. If you saw T.S. Madison, you with those hips and breasts, you think that's
Yeah,
a woman with big jugs. That's all
yeah.
you don't see man in T.S. Madison.
Yeah, she is. T.S. Madison always been pretty.
And
Well, oh,
that
and
that's
the
something
Gigi
that you
girl.
come across here in Atlanta, because I remember being in the club one time. It's been some years back, but it was my birthday, and this girl came and gave me a lap dance, only for my friend to bust out laughing because that was a man. But I didn't know that that was a man that gave me a whole lap dance, but she looked just like a woman, like
Baby,
just
she
like
was
a
tough
woman.
for the gods, baby. She was tough for the gods.
Right. And there was absolutely nothing questionable about this woman, except for the fact that my friend knew that that was a man, because my friend was more so into the scene more than I was, and knew that, hey, yeah, this is a trans woman, and she very famous and successful. She be at this club and that club and that club. And all I could do is laugh at it because she damn sure fooled me. I thought I had got a lap dance from a woman.
Oh
Mm.
wow.
Yeah, baby, them little studs that be having they ball, baby. This stud had a little Caesar cut. She had been lifting weights. Looked like a baby, dark skin, chiseled, and I was like, oh, he is cute. Okay, come on, think chocolate. My friend said, that's a woman. I said, boy, stop playing. I said, if you like him, go holler at him. You know, I ain't like that. He said, no, that's a woman. I said, that's a damn stud. And like, yeah. I said, damn, she fooled me. Cause baby, she looked like a dude. It just in Atlanta, I think in Atlanta being like the mecca for gay people, baby, when they in Atlanta, they don't play. The trans girls they have to be on their game, like in Miami. Miami, they do a lot of cosmetic surgery. Those trans girls been got BBL. They look like Howard the Duck because of that BBL, but their faces, baby, they be getting their cheeks rounded. They be getting Adam's apple shaved. They be looking like the real McCoy, and the trans men look like straight men. I noticed sometimes if you look close enough, you still may see a little hips. If you pay, but it's hell. Look at from that woman that had the cooking show. Her son Tim Norman, he had hips like a woman. Hell,
Oh, yeah, Sweetie
yeah,
Pies.
Sweetie Pies.
Mhm.
Yeah, Sweetie Pies. Her son had hips. He probably running that prison now. But the
Oh
thing
my goodness.
is, you sit up here, you look at these shapes, baby. Some of these trans men and women look like biological men and women. You can't tell.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the show Dollhouse. a lot of those girls out there were
They
real,
be fighting.
real
They
pretty.
behind. I say some little clips, baby. They fight like the Bad Girls Club.
So Mo
Yeah,
Better
what's
was
that one?
asking. I think Mo Better might be behind. Sorry, Ro.
Oh no,
So
you fine.
FTM is female to male. FTM
Hmm.
is female to male. So that's essentially a female that transitioned into a male. Okay,
But they
but
don't have a penis. They
yeah,
don't
they
have a
don't have a
penis.
penis, but a lot of the times they get a double mastectomy in order to
Hmm.
deliberately take their breast away.
And you can
And
still
then
see
Yeah.
sometimes the scars a little on their chest. You'll see sometimes a little scarring, but
mhm.
sometimes it'd be so good that you can barely see anything, and they work out so they get a chest like a man after they've had their breast removed.
Right, but not only that, Rebel, most people ain't aware, but a lot of female to males, in order to cover their scar, and they'll get a chest tattoo.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, what
Oh
they'll
yeah.
get a chest tattoo, and that will cover up whatever scar might be there. And that's another way that they can deceive up until it's actually time to get down to the nitty gritty.
And Jay Dunn, let me tell you, it's one in Houston. Baby, this so the guy is a trans woman, big breasts like T.S. Madison, hung like a horse. Why does he have a girlfriend that he's gotten pregnant 3 times and they have children? That's a stud. The stud has had children. This was like 18 years ago when I would see that. It always messed with my mind because I was from the mindset of gay is gay, lesbian is lesbian. We all are under the same umbrella, but we are not to mess with each other in any kind of physical way. So
Hmm.
I never looked at, if I knew you were a stud, I was always looking at, oh, that's my brother right there. And like the feminine girls, they were all my sisters. But I wouldn't look at them and want to sleep with them. I slept with girls when I was a teenager, but just coming into my own and really embracing my sexuality as a gay man, I didn't look at women. I don't look at women. I think women are beautiful, but I don't want to sleep with women.
What about Layla Ali? Layla,
I think
Layla.
she's straight. She's straight.
I don't
I
know.
think she's
You know she
pretty.
was with a trans. She was with one of the trans girls. Oh no,
Layla
Was she?
Ali,
you talking about the boxers. I'm talking about Layla.
Layla
The
Ali. You talk about
I'm.
Muhammad Ali daughter?
You know what, y'all? I am so sorry. No, their name is Layla Ashley. I don't know what I was. Yeah, my bad. I'm thinking about
Oh,
Ali.
Lee.
Oh,
Yeah,
cause
Okay,
I
he
was.
was on that
yeah,
show.
my
He
bad.
was on that model show. Whoopi Whoopi Goldberg co-produced, I think, that show with the trans men and women that were on there.
I
And he's
love
light skinned.
all of them
He
up
looks
there.
Puerto Rican kind of. He looks like a. Oh, I think he's sexy. I think he's very sexy. But baby, when I feel between them legs and feel a coochie, I'm gonna go the other way.
You know what, bro?
When Roger said Layla Ali, I was scratching my head.
Yeah,
I'm like,
right.
wait a minute.
He threw me too,
Oh,
Jay
Layla
Dunn.
go
I'm like,
knock
wait,
me
hold
out
up.
there. Yeah. I don't know. Layla Ali is great.
Man, well, I will say that she does have a tough edge about her, but no, she is pretty feminine. She pretty feminine. I couldn't see her be with a woman. I don't think. But that other person that you mentioned, I never heard of that person, Ro.
Yeah, Jaden, you might would
It's
have
not
liked that show
Layla.
too.
His
It was a
name
show
not
that they were
Layla.
on.
I think it's Leaf or Leif, something like that. But when they showed pictures of him when he was a little girl, he had long, wavy hair, like a little Dominican girl, pretty
Mhm.
little girl, but
Beautiful,
even a
yeah.
very, very sexy man. You look at him, he got the thick eyebrows like a man, nice lips, just
Mhm.
really. And the thing was, Jadon, he was
Yeah.
dating a trans girl on the show,
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah, and
that
I
light
like her
skinned
too. I like
black
Ella
girl.
Lee. I like Ella Lee. Sound like I know I'm probably saying her name real wrong, but
Egypt
she
wasn't Egypt on there as well. Egypt, I think. Or what's the one? Nefertiti, something kind of Egyptian name. One of the girls had an Egyptian name. I thought she was beautiful.
and then
Light skin.
Isis from America's Top Model was up there.
Isis. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Isis.
what I'm
Yeah,
talking
Oh,
about. Isis. Yes.
ISIS. Okay. I
yeah.
remember ISIS too. When ISIS was on that show,
Which one?
Hmm.
Which on
America's Next
America's
Top
Top
Model.
Model?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Yeah,
when
I
that
love
show
that
was
that
out, I
one.
I
used to
remember
watch
that.
it faithfully.
That was
She
before
was the
my
first
time.
one
So
to ever like really kind of grace the um the small screen like that, because everybody was like, "Oh my God, it's about to be a trans a trans woman on the top model." So I know that was
baby,
gonna
I
happen.
wanted to see with that tuck game. I was like, ooh, baby, her tuck game better be on point because they're gonna be wearing bikinis and stuff. Girl, you better be on your game. You better be on game, girl, because we don't need to have a wardrobe malfunction.
Oh, Tyra paid for her surgery. Tyra paid for the surgery.
What?
Yeah.
For
She got her
ISIS?
that surgery during the show.
Pay for ISIS's
Oh,
surgery?
Yeah,
Oh wow.
that was some tea. Yeah, she went on. She was like, "All right, we're gonna go ahead and get you surgery, Isis," and Isis was for it. So yeah, she went on and got the surgery. Well,
did y'all ever watch? I'm sorry,
oh no,
finish
you
what you
good.
were saying, bro. I was gonna say, did y'all ever watch I Am Jazz?
Oh,
Mm,
I remember that, Rebel. No, I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I
Oh my
remember
God,
that.
Jay Dunn, you
Yeah.
should check that. I Am Jazz was a little boy, and the parents let I Am Jazz start taking those the female estrogen and all that. And when she after she had her surgery, she wasn't happy with her bottom surgery,
mhm.
and but she looked like a girl because the I don't know if they were Armenian or they were Middle East or something, but the parents were very supportive. She went through everything. You went going through puberty and everything, and the puberty blockers, and they just because when she took the puberty blockers, it made her penis stay small,
Mhm.
and it was like a lot of things. She started having complications. When men become women, a lot of times some of them are not happy with the bottom surgery because they don't have the same stimulus down there because it's different because they fold. They're not cutting anything off. They're folding it in. They're slitting, folding in, but it's very traumatic though when they go through that because you have to put things in there to keep the hole open and everything. It's just like some type of diaphragm. It's really
Yeah.
intense.
Hope Giselle got it, and Hope. I think Hope is beautiful. I've always
Hmm.
liked Hope, but
Hope
yeah,
is beautiful.
yeah, and was it y'all? Oh yeah, so that yeah, because I remember I did watch something. This was like a kind of a horror story where it closed on somebody. Um, they had to go, I guess, get it reopened, but they was talking about how it closed up. It because I guess they didn't keep it. They won't, but they have to, yeah, do that all the time. Like get in the bathtub and uh dilate. I think it's called dilation or something. Yeah, they gotta dilate.
Did
All
yours
most.
close up, bro? Because you said it'd be hard for them to get in yours.
Oh goodness, I sure hope
Oh,
not. Oh, I gotta get up in the bathtub, rebel.
not that roll closed up. Oh my goodness.
No shade.
Give me that wig, rebel. Give me that
That is
Ooh,
horrible.
baby.
But I was sitting here and I was thinking, even as far to go back into the whole DL thing, at this particular point, you would be shocked that in 2026 that people still feel the need to be in the closet. Why do y'all think that is from y'all's perspective? Because in
You
2026 there is absolutely no way. Hell, I honestly say in the 2000s when I was coming out, there was no way. But in 2026, why do people still feel the need to be DL and be in the closet?
bro,
wig.
you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, from where we are now, I feel like that it's still a stigma on a certain level, and that's why some, I feel like men, as well as women too, prefer to keep their activity on the low because it could justify them being with somebody that they really want to be with, but they also may want somebody on the side. Is it the right thing to do? No, but that is definitely still the case because they've been brought up. That's another thing too. They've been brought up to say, "Oh no, you need to stay hard. Play you better be over there playing with them GI Joes." And they still may be in that realm of things, but then say, "Well, shoot, I do kind of like this," so they keep it hitting, And then they say, "Well, I with the folks that I don't grew up with, I can't I can't show them what I may want to do." And they may not even try to do it. It's psychologic, you know. I think that plays a huge effect on it still to this day. Even though they always say, "Hey, it's 2026," and it's more accepting, but on some level, it's still certain things with stigma that we fight. What about you, Rebel?
I think that I can agree to a certain extent with what you're saying because I know think about the reality show girls, some of these rappers that talk they can be cool with Saucy Santana and all the other gays doing their hair and all the stuff that they get our talents, they could benefit from our talents. But let them have a son that they find out is gay and you think they the biggest homophobe around because some of them be like, my son, Ben, now what's that the Spanish girl that be on she was Jocelyn Hernandez. She was like, she
Mhm.
made comments like, her son Ben, that she'll be a young Miami or one of those girls said something about her son better not be gay and all this. That contributes to the DL mindset because think about you being a little
Yeah.
boy and
Mhm.
you're hearing this from your, even like Jay Dunn, when I was a little boy, my mom, it was like I tripped. And I guess I kind of almost feel like I was a ballerina when I fell because I feel real cute when I fell on the ground. And she said, don't be falling like no girl. Now, keep in mind, her favorite cousin was a gay man.
Mhm.
And for her to say
Oh.
that to me, parents can accept others, but when it's their child, it's a different thing. And
Mhm.
I just have a different mindset because I saw a lot of BS in my family firsthand, and I knew, oh no, Dan, I know you're not gonna make me live a certain kind of way. And I see you going to church all these days a week, but you knocking a whole bottle of gin off on the weekend, or you cheating
Right.
on your wife, or you cheating on your husband, and y'all are trying to say that this sin that you consider a sin is the worst sin. No, I'm not gonna live. So after the Ricky Lake thing, and I was an adult, I was like, oh hell no, you're not gonna challenge who I am because I get a right to live just like how you have a right to live. And no, and another thing for straight people, stop telling us that, I accept you for being gay. It's just like a white person telling you I accept you for being black. I don't need your acceptance for who I am. I'm gay. I don't give a damn. I'm not asking you to accept me because you're not asking me to accept you for being straight. Maybe I don't agree with you screwing having babies from different men and you're not married. In the Bible, those
Right.
children could be stoned to death because they were bastard kids.
Oh my
They
Right.
don't
goodness.
stop you from eating all the damn shrimp up at the fish fry either, and that's a shellfish. So let's not play that game with the Bible, and because you're using it, you cherry pick it to suit your own needs when you need it to. Uh, so I don't think DL men. I say live your truth. Now,
Well, but
some a
don't do
lot
my
of
crab
times they
legs
family
now. Don't
take
do my
care.
crab legs.
Yo, can I
We
have some
about
crab
to have
legs?
problems.
Y'all, can y'all give me some crab legs? But the thing is, but the thing is, live your truth. But a lot of people are dependent upon their families. Yo, Jada, people couldn't even live when we had this whole thing that happened with this. Let's call it the Ovid. When we had the
Mhm.
Ovid, when it first appeared, people
Mhm.
were going crazy because they were accustomed to having a lot of people around them. It didn't affect me like that because I've always had a loner type of mindset. It didn't make
Right.
me do anything differently. I just read more books, but
Mhm.
I wasn't living differently. So I have to understand sometimes family means so much to people that they don't want to lose that connection because they may have seen how family have treated other gay people in the family, or they've seen how family react to seeing gay people out and about. And
Mhm.
I've been to barbershops and I know how that barbershop talk is. And just like with motorcycle groups, I belonged and I was riding with a group of straight people. I kind of saw the toxic masculinity and I said, you know what? Y'all are not friendly toward gay people. I see how y'all act. They accepted me because I guess I'm not as flamboyant as a lot of gays.
Mhm.
But I'm still a gay man. If a pastor's preaching about gays and that eternal damnation, I don't give a damn. You're a top, bottom, masculine appearing film. He's talking about all of us. He ain't talking about the masculine film, but I think you just live your truth because you'll look up and you'll be a 60-year-old man just coming out and you haven't lived your life because you was waiting till your mama to die, your daddy to pass away so you could come out. Look at Little Richard. Y'all, Little Richard was talking about he wasn't he never claimed that he was gay. Luther
Right.
Vandross. Come on now.
Right. Yeah.
Elton John was married to a woman. Even my
Well.
aunts were crazy about Boy George in the 80s. They were crazy about Boy George. And I just thought he was a weird. I was like, oh, he's very bohemian, eclectic looking. I was looking at a whole queen in our face.
Oh,
Right.
George Michael.
Yeah. So they all
Yeah.
were gay men, but they did. Luther Vandross went to his grave not coming out as a gay man.
He
That's
sure
Patti
right.
did.
Yeah,
LaBelle
we still
outed
don't know
him.
about Luther. Yeah, because when he
But
was
you,
very personal, he was personal.
he
Like
is very
Queen
personal. He came
Latifah
from a
was real
different
personal.
time. And she still is. Queen Latifah has
Yeah,
never publicly said, I've never seen her just come out. If I was a betting man, I would bet that she was a lesbian, and I think I would win. But she's just never. She came from a different time period, and
She has a domestic
Oh,
partner and they have kids. And I did find out that Queen Latifah's son was actually carried by her partner.
mm,
oh. But you know what, y'all? I gotta
You
say
see
though, I
the
used to
picture
love when
right
Queen
here,
was up there
Rebel?
on Living Single,
huh,
messing with the
Are
men.
you looking at your device? I have this
I'm
picture up
looking
here.
at it now. Yeah, I saw that picture. Yes,
Yeah, well,
Oh,
several people left comments underneath my video and was saying that Queen Latifah's partner carried this little boy. So they did the I guess the
like
argument.
Judy, like Brad and Judy did the same thing.
Right, right, yes. And so that's the reason why this boy is the spitting image of Queen Latifah, but we never saw Queen Latifah pregnant.
wow! I love me some Queen.
Hmm.
I do too. But I used to always think, hell, if someone told me Whoopi Goldberg was a lesbian, I wouldn't question it. But she lives her life as a straight woman. I think Whoopi Goldberg is one of those kind of people that she's not. She's probably kind of fluid, sexually fluid,
Oh,
because
you
she's very
calling her
kind of.
down low, rebel? You call Whippy
No,
down
I
low?
said
Hold on, let
she's
me go. Let
fluid.
me go to
No,
color
no,
purple.
no. Because
I'm
fluid,
gonna
look,
tell her to do
fluid can
something
be
to your
you
water.
out. Put some sugar Avery pee in my water. Uh,
Not Suge Avery P.
But I think that like a lot of times we have to, y'all. I had a gay cousin that passed away years ago. He grew up with my mom. The family loved him. His nickname was Beaver. Beaver was loved by everybody. He was flamboyant. He was larger than life, and I always thought he was attractive, and women would always try to flirt with him. But Beaver was very feminine. Yeah, he looked like Prince, kind of. He looked kind of like Prince, and he used to wear those kind of Italian boots that had like a little heel that you would think were made for a woman, but they were actually men boots. And his mother was a Jehovah Witness, and his mother was one of my Jehovah Witness teachers when I was a kid, and she was my Bible teacher. But I uh I remember Beaver ladies always being after him, but he never came out and said he was gay. But I would see him as an adult. Y'all, when he would come into a room, Beaver would be like, "Oh, look at my cousin," and his friends would be like, "Oh, Beaver, who is that?" Like, and at this time, I was like about 23, 24. And Beaver would be like, look what fell off of my family tree," and we'd all be laughing. But he said he almost as fine as me, ain't he? And I was like, "Bitch, no, he didn't say that." But Beaver never came out to the family and said he was of the lifestyle. And maybe because his mother was a Jehovah Witness, but he wasn't baptized as a Jehovah Witness. And in that religious belief, baby, if you're a gay person, you'll get disfellowshipped quick. They will kick you
Oh,
out. The family can't even talk to you if you've been you'll get ostracized. My partner who I was with for 7 years,
oh,
his mother, yeah, Jada, and my partner's mother was a full blown stud baby, concentrated stud, ball fade, and everything.
Mhm.
And she was the sweetest lady, but they disfellowshipped her when they found out she was a lesbian. And some of her family stopped talking to her and everything. And then she had a son that was my partner that was gay. But
Wow.
back to your initial question, I think DL men. Look, I just went off on a tangent. Gay
No.
DL men, DL men should live their truth. We're in 2026. We're not back in the 50s. Women could get beat on in the 40s and 50s and didn't have anybody to help them. Nowadays, if you stay with a man and getting beat on, it's because you want to stay with him. If you want to live in the closet now, that's your choice. I think you
Mhm.
should live your truth. Don't stay somewhere. Don't remain in a place mentally or physically that you're not celebrated.
Right. Right.
What
That's
about
true.
Prince though, y'all? Prince has always claimed straight.
Well,
He's just feminine.
Prince, I honestly think that Prince is straight because when I really looked into his past as it relates to him and what's the girl's name that he was with? Vanity.
Here's what my Vanity or Apollonia. Vanity, was it Vanity or Apollonia? They looked
It
alike to me, so I didn't
yeah.
want.
It was I know it was the one that was always in love with him. I think it might have been Apple. No, I think it was Vanity. I think it was Vanity. But I do know that when I researched those women, oh, he was most definitely heterosexual based on them.
He was very sexual. He was very like he was with Sinead O'Connor. He was with the Sheila E. They had a little thing. Hell, he was very. I just think he was kind of androgynous with his look, and he played up on uh,
Mhm.
that look.
So
And
you can be a feminine straight man.
Well, yeah,
well,
I do
where you
believe
who you
that.
trying to defend? I know where you're going, Ro.
I gotta call. Oh
You know
wait,
what he
he
doing. You
can
know
be a
what he doing,
feminine
J Dog.
straight
Who he
man.
gonna
No,
defend?
I
Yep.
do know what he doing, but the difference is Prince wasn't walking around with Grinder app in his phone, bro.
Uh, Clock it.
Oh, oh yeah.
And straight men
But
just don't
you
blunder.
saw what he did
Straight
with
men
that
don't just
lollipop.
blunder up on Grinder. You gotta search for Grinder. I don't even have Grinder on my phone. I have Jacked on my phone and Sniffies,
Mhm.
but I
Remember what
don't
he did with that
have
lollipop when
Grinder.
he took it out of Quincy Jones' mouth? How he do it again? I don't know. Somebody he was trying to lick it.
Please
Want
like the
me to show
video,
you? Want me to
y'all.
show you how he does? Want me to show you how he did it, bro? No, let me stop because I don't want you to be busting. Uh,
Please like the video if y'all have not. It's
It
greatly
was very
appreciated.
visual.
And Toya is saying everybody pretty much is saying that Prince is straight. Toya said Prince is straight. Playing with sexuality is nothing. That's why I loved him. I love my men with eyeliner as David Bowie. Yeah, I believe that Prince was straight, and especially just doing the research. Because if y'all look here, y'all can find some really nicely done independent documentaries on here as it relates to Prince, Vanity, Sheila E, Apollonia, all of the
mhm,
women that he triangulated himself with. And even as far as Rick James. Rick James had a little
mhm,
flamboyantness with him, but
mhm.
from what I could tell, he was straighter than ever because he put Tina Marie up and
Ooh,
through there. And
baby, he was a womanizer from hell.
Yeah,
Yes.
uh-huh. But on the
yeah. He was.
surface, he would look like a feminine man, but he put them women through it.
And Jada,
Y'all
isn't
saw
the
that
flip
court show
side
he
is
was
the
on.
ones the flip side is the ones that were so masculine appearing was the ones that were on the DL or in the closet. We looked at the
Mm-hmm.
feminine guys like Prince and Bowie because they were very androgynous in their rock appeal,
Mm-hmm.
but they lived. That's just they just had that kind of that flamboyantness. Doesn't mean you're gay. But those guys that were so masculine appearing, a lot of time, Luther Vandross wasn't a person that was very flamboyant. He was very polished with his look, but and he sung love songs. But I think that like when Patti LaBelle outed him on Watch What Happens Live, uh, a lot of people knew he was gay. They just wasn't outright with it. He was a mama's boy. He loved his mama. A lot of times these guys are so they don't want to disappoint their parents or their mothers. They people will argue about. Our friend that's the producer that make all these movies now. I don't want you in Atlanta with him, J Dunn. I don't want him to be coming after you. But uh it's whispered about him. He used to go in Dallas and watch some of the drag queens perform, and he that's how he got his persona doing the woman thing that he does on his movies.
Right.
And a lot of times women will argue down, no, he ain't gay, he ain't gay. Baby, the community know they own, and people have nowadays they got phones and they can technology. You can capture a lot of things that are not going anywhere.
Mhm.
Y'all see with Michael Jackson too? With like Sonny. So they have been trying to take up for Michael Jackson. They said that a lot of that stuff that people were saying was lies about him, and that he was straight as well. That he was just put in that category, with what had happened with his father, basically
Do you think
throwing
those
Michael
children were
into
his
the industry.
biological children? No. Do you think those children? And I'm gonna tell you, I'm one of the people that don't believe those children are his biologically. Did you think they were his children?
I never did think because they
I
white.
don't know. Oh,
Yeah, right. But people say, but black people come in all colors. Michael Jackson was a brown skin. He was a brown skinned man before the vitiligo. Vitiligo made him white because I meant it progressed so much. I think he maybe took something to make his skin be all the same color instead of blotchy. But
Mhm.
originally,
mhm.
Michael Jackson was a medium brown skinned man. His children
Yes.
wouldn't look like genetics. I don't care. His grandparents and his mom and them, they weren't biracial people. Now, somebody like Halsey or some of these other pop girls that are identified as black that may look white, you can look at their dad and see Halsey's father was half black and something else. They're not Michael Jackson kids or white kid. Blanket look like he's could be part Hispanic or something, but there's no curl to that hair. Baby, they would have some kind of curl to that hair.
Right.
And I've had people argue me down. Those are Michael Jackson kids. I loved Michael Jackson's music, but I'm not gonna sit up here and you're not gonna piss on my leg and tell me it's spring water.
Right. Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's true.
true.
But look at Paris.
I'm just highlighting these comments. They talk about Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. I mean, the list truly goes on. That's one thing I will say about my grandma because my grandma used to put gay on a man in a minute, especially Eddie Murphy because of that trans thing that happened. And then my grandma used to call the men gay if they dress like a woman on TV. My grandma was
Richard
something
Pryor,
else.
Jamie Hill. They said that about Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, my
Richard Pryor.
grandma
Richard
thought
Pryor
that was
had an experience. He had an experience with a man before, and they said it was in his book about that. He said he tried it and it just wasn't. It wasn't for him.
yeah, my grandma swore up and
Oh,
down that Martin Lawrence was gay because he was dressing up as Shanae and stuff. Like she thought that him dressing up as Shanae meant that he was gay. She just
did you hear what?
But it
What
was
did
an
you hear? What
actor.
Martin Lawrence said? Did y'all used to listen to his some of his shows? That he used to do for the tapes and stuff. So he said in one of his shows, he probably was just comical, but he did
hmm
say something about he quoted to a man, if giving oral sex or something like that. Because he was like, it's just oral sex. So it was a joke like that, but I was like, maybe it was just a joke. But he did say that in
Tank
the
said that it's Tank said something very similar to that.
Hey
Tank
Toya.
said that doesn't make a
Hello.
man gay if
Or
he gets a BJ from a man. Does that make him gay?
Right.
no,
We got
it
I
doesn't.
Toya that
remember him
joined
saying that.
us
Hey,
up
Toy.
here. And I'm
Hey,
actually happy to
Toya.
have her perspective
Hello.
in
Hey.
the conversation, considering that she represents the B in our community. What
I
say
am
you,
the
Toya?
I am the bisexual in the community, and actually, I would love this conversation because I think growing up as an '80s kid, like Prince, Michael Jackson, James, we looked at them as just like, okay, a dude with eyeliner and some leotards or spandex on. Women thought that was hot back in the day. So I still take away from like what my parents or my mom and my cousins in that era. I I took that away with how I like my men actually, but I also grew up with I Grace Jones and Bridget Nielsen were and Angelina Jolie were
Mm.
my favorite women that I had the biggest crush on. Wink, wink. I like I mean, I didn't know what it was, but also at the same time, beauty is beauty. And I think
Hmm.
religion has gotten so sucked into our psyche here in this country. Because if we go back to the motherland, originally, with minus the Christianity part, that there were women leaders, women queens and kings. There is nothing like this homophobic thing that is so sucked in, just like the whole racism thing. I blame the church for all this mess because also the church and being raised Catholic, you know, the church can do some really damage to the people. Just look at white supremacists. The majority of white supremacists are DL people because they use their hate
And Christian.
to, yeah, yes, they use
Yeah.
exactly. They use their hate because they can't come out to who they are. Misogyny, misogynist. Like, who's that homophobe that we don't like over here? Glitter Boots. He is a DL person, misogynist who hates himself and he hates women. This, the hatred toward women, ladies, y'all need to look at these men that have this whole hate toward women who are misogynists. Those
You
are the
better
ones you
say
got to
it.
be very, very careful with. Listen, I don't mind if I've dated men who are bisexual and I appreciated them telling me that. You know why? Because they told me. And I used to, when I was on the dating scene, I would date men who were bisexual. You know why? Because they told me. I've had to deal with a DL men before. Those are the most dangerous, wicked
Hmm.
men that I've ever had to
Hmm.
deal with, and very
Wow.
unsafe. And so, like, the thing is, just because a guy wears eyeliner and a polish, don't make him gay. It doesn't matter. Playing dress up doesn't make you any way homosexual. And I think sometimes when we're in these sectors, it sounds like it's the 1950s. Like, he's wearing a dress. He must be gay, or she's wearing pants. She must be a lesbian. Like, y'all, come on, come with something better. Seriously. Ain't nothing better than a
That's
man
right.
that has an eyeliner on who could knock another man out. That's hot to me.
Oh
That is
wow.
the hottest thing.
I like my Lenny Kravitz. Shoot, Lenny is
Lenny, oof, oof, yes.
Back
Mm,
off, Toya. And you too, Ro.
yes. Oh, oh yeah. I've been to his house in the Bahamas and I've tried to knock on the door. Oof.
Oh.
Oh, really, Toy?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, boo.
Yeah.
Well, you like Eric Benet is sexy. That's a man that's comfortable
Oof.
with his sexuality as well. Because
Yeah.
Eric Benet, that's the thing right there is I'm a straight man, but I'm flattered that you think I'm attractive. When he was working out at the gym and the gay man was hitting his DMs, he was like, if I played for the same team, I'd be busy on the weekend. And it's like he's not bashing people. He's not coming on and being like some of these rappers that come on and be, gay this and ain't nobody on my crew gay and all that. It's like, dude, about three-fourths of your crew is gay. There's a lot of
Thank
DL
you.
men that are rappers. Cut it
Thank
out.
you. Thank you. That's the thing. Like, I've always like, and by the way, straight men have learned the secret where you can pick up straight women. You go to the gay bars. They've learned the
Yes,
rule. Like,
yes.
yes. And so, by the
That's
way,
right.
no, a lot of straight dudes go to the gay bar because they know straight women are going to be there. Trust. I learned.
I've seen that. The bar I go to, you see straight men. I'd be like, oh, look at him. He lurking. He trying to pick him a woman up because they'll be
Yep.
standing to the side having a drink and they scoping the women. I see this one particular one. And I was like, oh, he's cute. But I saw he would deal with women and then he would also mess. I saw him flirt with some of the trans girls that look like women. So I think he's more bi. But I've seen straight men come to the club that are secure with their sexuality. I grew up
I've
with those types, and they would go out with me because they feel they could pick chicks up at the club.
There's nothing sexier than a man with confidence in their sexuality. There's nothing sexier than that to me. And then
But
the fact
Toya,
that they
this
can go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, finish saying what you were gonna say.
No, no. I was just saying, like, I don't like I don't like that overly
Machismo,
patriarchy,
that machismo
machismo.
toxic.
No, it's gross to
It's
me. I don't
overkill. It's overkill.
You're
Yeah.
overcompensating for something that is telling me that there's something lost in the sauce there when you're so like I remember I went on a date with this guy and he said to me, "I'm so straight, I bite my hot dog in the middle." And I was like, "What the fuck?" That was the last date I ever
So,
went
Tori, they
on
don't even
with that
like. They
guy.
don't even like. They
Oh,
don't even. They say I can't let. I don't. They don't even wash their behinds because they feel it's gay if they rub a rag up in their booty or if they let a barber do like a. They don't even like men in their faces doing their facial the edge up. It's gay to them. Yo, I'm gonna have to go, Jay Dunn. But let me say this real quick. There's a family member of mine, my friend, one of my closest friends told me years ago when we were teenagers, a lot of stuff happened in my teenage years. He said, "You know, me and your so and so be messing around." And I said, "Really?" And he's like, "Yeah." He said, "Bitch, come to my house and hide in the closet." So I go to his house, and he had one of those closets that the doorknob had came out, so you could peek what a doorknob's supposed to be. And I'm in the closet, and this family member of mine comes in his house, and I could hear him. It was dark, but I heard him, and my friend and him messed around. And this thing, now flash forward to today, he has a son that's gay. Why is he making his son feel bad about being gay, telling him, people ain't gonna want you around because you like that? Now, my family's not like that. It's just him telling his son that other family members are not gonna like him because he's gay. And my cousin is very masculine, attractive, dark skinned, could be a model. But he dated girls. He found out he was gay as a teenager. He hasn't came out to me yet, but I know he's gay. And his father is making him feel guilty about being gay. Meanwhile, you purposely messed around with someone that's a gay man that's outwardly gay. He's not a trans woman. He's a gay man that you messed around with. Now you're making your son feel bad because he's gay when you could have a stronger relationship with him if you lived in your damn truth and stop making men do that. And he's the loudest person that'll talk about gay people. If I'm not around, he'll do it. He don't do it in front of me because my family know I'm gay. But
That's
I'll
so
eat his behind
dangerous.
up.
That's so
That's dangerous because
dangerous.
you know what the shoes you've walked in. You've been with women, and he had a girlfriend, y'all. He would tell the girlfriend they would get other women to do threesomes. And his girlfriend once told me, he cool with you. He love you because you his so and so, but he don't like other gay people like that. Meanwhile, I know that whole time I knew he had messed around with my friends several times. But he made you feel like he just didn't like gay people like that. But he was cool with you being a lesbian, bisexual. It's like that's the game that men play with women. Y'all gotta be careful with these men. Your lives depend on it.
Exactly. Rebel, rebel.
And
That's one thing I learned from psychology courses for sure. Anyone that hates themselves so much to where the point they over exude so much hate, that means that
mhm.
is who they are. And this is when it comes to like the DL men. Because I don't care any man, ladies, if you're dating a man that is so homophobic, you got to look at him because that man is the majority of the time, almost like 70% of the time, that man is DL. And
and y'all,
there is
look, I'm gonna have
no.
to.
Go ahead,
You
baby.
can finish that, Tori. No, I was just gonna say because my little subjects are waiting on me, and I'm at work. I'm gonna show y'all this real quick. This is the noise you were hearing. Let me show y'all this. This is my little friend.
oh,
Oh, is that a pig?
a pot belly pig.
Oh
Hey there, pot
my.
belly pig.
Oh my God. It's a pop. It's a potbelly
It's
pig.
real.
Oh my God. I love potbelly pigs. They're so cute. I
Look at
just don't want
Rebel
one in my house.
over there
They're
with the
so
Billy
cute.
Oh,
Goat, with the Billy Goat's cousin.
oh
She
my
doing the
goodness.
good work of the Lord.
I was gonna say some of them had some is rehabilitation. Some of them had injuries, so we rehabilitate them here, and
So
I'm just
cute.
treating them. So I'm gonna go see to them so I can get up out of here and go ride my motorcycle this evening. Thank you for having me, Jay Don. Toya, it's been a pleasure. Ro is always
Absolutely.
good. You can send news to my email. But Jay Don, we need to have
I
this
got you,
conversation
Ro.
again. We need to have this conversation. I love this type of conversation because it opens people's eyes up, and I get different perspectives from all of the people on the panel.
Well, thank you,
Yeah,
Rebel.
this
I was
was
happy
good,
that you
Rebel.
joined me. And yeah, we'll definitely have another one. Thank you again.
Bye,
All right, y'all.
Rebel. Yeah.
All right, y'all have a good one. Oh,
All
You
let me
too,
right.
down
Rebel.
too,
Enjoy
Jay
your
Don.
day.
Oh yeah, let me
All
go
right,
ahead and drop you so it don't mess
all
up
right,
for
y'all.
everybody. Okay. And Toya, I do want to thank you for coming up too because yeah, I thought this was something that need to be talked about because I honestly feel like this whole laptop gate is a pretty circular conversation. And
Oh,
I feel like people are not looking at the obvious, which is the DL problem. Because if not for any DL situation going on, this really wouldn't even be a talking point today.
well, I noticed something yesterday. I haven't been around this weekend, but Rodney, uh the conversation with the black men, I'm sorry. It was this black women aren't there for black men kind of conversation. It was
I
giving
heard that
Kevin
hogwash
Samuels.
yesterday. I heard it.
Yeah, that it was given that very misogynistic Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor
Mhm.
bullshit, which
Mhm.
is like, first of all, no, Rodney, let's not put us against each other because at right now we need each other the most. And this is why I don't like those kind of people like your Kevin Samuels of course I hate that Tommy Dusty Sotomayor. That's when you're on YouTube and you hear, and especially as a gay man, dude, the self-hate, the self-hate and the self-awareness is just so not there. All Listen, there's dusties in all communities, just like there are like crusty ass bitches in all communities as well. But the fact that we're being, as black women, being targeted, like we need to stop calling certain black men, period, at all. And the thing is, like, we as black women protect our brothers the most in contrast to other communities. We just need brothers sometimes to take accountability for their actions. That's all we're asking. And I saw some of that conversation yesterday at Rodney's live, and I had to click off because I was about to throw my phone across the room because I'm like, what the fuck is this misogynistic bullshit? What are we doing here?
Correct, because at the end of the day, all of the bitching and complaining that I heard them do, they are not complaining about the black woman. It's their fellow black man that's making them feel this way.
It's a
Black
patriarchy. It's very
mhm.
patriarchy. And the thing is, like, we're trying to, both ends, we're trying to fight that. And so it's just like, this is, and some black women are lost in the sauce as well.
Mhm.
And some of the women that were in that chat, I'm like, y'all amen in this? He's talking about y'all.
Right.
You dumb
I
hoe.
I just be like, I don't know what it is, if it's about his accent or the apparent cluelessness that he has most of the time. But yeah, he be saying some very suspicious type of shit. And the women be eating that up. And I'm just like, what? No, absolutely
Yeah.
not.
It's really disturbing that, unfortunately, I think again in all communities, women can't be misogynist, y'all. And I'm seeing a lot sometimes, within the sector or
Hmm.
sectors, or even in the Mo3 sector. Like, I think the Mo3 sector has the most misogynistic women. I'm like, y'all are fighting for these men. Literally, you're fighting. for a man and you're in your 30s, 40s, and 50s. What are we doing here?
Mhm. And that's one thing that I did hear. I think it was Pizarro. And y'all, I'm up in here making me a cup of coffee, so that's what y'all hear me in the kitchen. But I was listening to Pizarro, and I think Pizarro was talking about how the women over there in the Mo3 sector will pull up and beat each other up, but it's rare that you see the men pulling up to beat each other up.
Facts. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
It is. It's the men are very. Yeah, it's almost the roles are opposite. And the
Mm-hmm.
women over there, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna be hate I'm gonna show some hate right now. The women over there seem like they're lacking in education when it comes to the fact of I remember I was in Sin City's chat and this is a couple years ago
Mm-hmm.
and I put the word misogyny. She's like, misogyny, what is that? She didn't know what misogyny meant. I'm like, girl, okay, I'm out. I, I had to unsub. No,
I could
what
believe that too. I could believe it because they are centered around it 24/7. Of course, she wouldn't know what it is.
and it's like, dude, they are putting you as a pawn, ladies. If you want to be a lady, because some of y'all are not, and even over here,
Mm-hmm.
y'all are you guys are taking up for men who don't like you, just like in that glitter boots. I've never understood what's wrong with you. Most of you women are broken who want to sit around there with a man that talks about, I'll beat a bitch or anything else. I'm like, this man's never been married, number one. He can never hold a relationship. He doesn't own shit. He ain't got shit. He ain't got no legs. Ooh, he's a catch. But y'all still over there. Okay, it says a lot about women. Just like women are in love with this, with that what's that Netflix documentary with the guy that killed women, and you got women like who are like writing to him, and he has a bunch
Hold
of
on.
face tattoos.
Oh, and is he a Netflix documentary? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds like
he
something we need to watch. It,
Yeah, it
yeah.
does. To be honest, I had been delving yesterday, Toya, into The Crash because of that being on Netflix over there. But I don't have Netflix, so I started researching it independently. But I want to know the name of whoever you're talking about with the face tattoos, because I might need to research that person to see what that's about.
Yeah, he's some white boy. I think his name is Wade or something.
Oh yeah, Wade. I know who you talking about, the Wade person. I never really could understand what was going on with him, but I have seen that Wade person in some of the thumbnails of certain videos in my timeline.
Yes, he's known
Wade
for like
Robinson or Wade somebody.
yes, yes. It's
Hmm.
almost like that the Ted Bundy effect of like where these women knowing that these men hate women and they kill women because they remind them of their mothers or something, and these women gravitate to them knowing like you're going to be the next dead bitch if you wasn't in jail. So why are you gravitating to a man who hates women so much he's willing to kill you? It's almost that kind of same opera in these sectors where it's just like this man hates you so much and he's telling you, but you're still going to gravitate to him. A lot of broads, some of y'all broads need some help, seriously.
Mm.
It's and they be sometimes the first ones that call someone like, "Ooh, he gay." And I'm like, "But he's not." Or if he's gay, I'm like, "Well, the guy that you're admiring right now seems to have the same kind of DL-ish
Hmm.
kind of compliments." So, I mean, whatever. I'm on a tangent right now, but this was a
No.
great.
they too ghetto to see it, kind of like that.
Well, it doesn't even have to be about ghetto. Like, there's a lot of white broads. I mean, well, white broads are ghetto too, but there's just it really pisses me off sometimes where we throw that term around because of a man being having emotions or they don't have this toxic masculinity. And I think that's the problem. I think some women are so used to toxic masculinity, they think that's a man, which it's not. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
You know about toxic masculinity, Ro. you
Ro,
you've had to deal with it.
he has. And that's one thing I love talking to Ro because it's always nice to get a glimpse into his mind. Cause sometimes I would just be like, what is Ro over there thinking? What in the hell is he thinking? But he thinking something. I don't know what it is, but I was at least happy to have some clarity because yeah, this is a crazy topic and I don't see that it'll change anytime soon, but at least maybe with the dialogue being open, more people will join in and give different perspectives. But the one thing that I don't want to hear is a woe is me sob story and pity party for men who are choosing to live a closeted life.
That
Nobody is
part.
making you live in the closet. You chose to live there.
That part. Well, but it's also it's just like you have to put religion into it as well because religion has done a number on our community so much to where we're docile and for some docile but also hypocrites. Like one thing's for sure, I hate when people want to use the Bible but got 6 kids and 4 baby mamas. Make that make sense. You want to talk about homosexuality but you go to Red Lobster.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, pick and choose your poison. Don't. Mm-mm.
The crab legs, dude. Told you they could be getting just the corn.
Yeah,
What
like
what you say, Ro?
I said they may not be going. They could be going there for the corn, and a little bit of what
the
what's
cheddar
what's
biscuits.
everything is. Oh no, everything is shelled. But no, they could have some good earth corn.
No, they're coming there for the shrimp scampi and the crustacean.
Ro is always trying to make an excuse or fix something. I'm happy that Rebel was up here calling him out and because he would walk around with the name Honest Ro, but be quick to make an excuse for somebody.
Excuse row. There we go.
Right. Excuses Ro. That's what he might need to change his name too. But yeah, well, I guess I'll go ahead and wind this on down because I've been here over 4 hours and now I'm up in this kitchen stirring around. I had to take my chicken out to thaw it out, so that's what I'm gonna have later on. My two chicken legs. Um, but yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed everybody's input as well.
This was great. I caught the last hour of it, so I got into it. I was like, I gotta go up on here.
Oh, I'm happy that you did, Toya, because I wanted to hear the men's voices, but then also the women's voices too. And I did pretty much the beginning, like the first hour and a half, I did my own dialogue about everything. And then I opened up the panel for people to come up and Right to Be Told came up, the Miss Soul. I think they were the only two other women that joined, I believe. And then I had Ro and Rebel and then I think you. I think that's everybody, but I could be missing somebody. But yeah, it was a really good discussion that needed to be had. So hopefully going forward, we can understand that we are not to blame for down low people and their issues.
And we're about to come into Pride Month. Tomorrow is the first day of Pride and Juneteenth month, y'all.
Yes,
So,
it is.
Hey,
It is. Shout out
so
to Pride. Let me go ahead and put Zulu up here. Happy
love,
Pride
love,
Month
love.
as of tomorrow. Love is love for everybody. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. Toya, do you engage in Pride festivities where you are?
absolutely. You kidding me? Yeah.
Okay.
June's
What
my
about
favorite
you, Ro?
month.
Yeah, I went to a Pride event last year, so yeah, I'm gonna do it this year too. It was fun. I almost saw
Okay.
RNY. RNY was at I was at the event too, but I didn't get a chance to see her.
Oh, she was out there. Okay. Yeah, I started already looking at Eventbrite and things like that around here to see what was coming up in June.
I'm
And so
trying to
we'll
do a Pride bike ride. Actually, I'm trying to manifest that and get that together. A Pride Juneteenth black bike ride around the
oh,
city.
okay. That sounds like something good. I keep forgetting that you ride the bike, the motorbike. I forget that you do
Oh,
that. Toya.
oh no, I'm a bicycle, not a motor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
thought you thought about
I
sickle
guess
too.
that's
I'm a bicycle.
a bicycle. Okay, maybe that's R and Y that do the motorbike. I know it's a couple of women that I done heard talking about a biker club, and
Ooh,
so
that's
that's
hot.
what I was thinking. Yeah,
All
I
right.
think maybe it's R and Y that does it. I think that might be what she had in common with Envy.
That's
Oh, I
even.
didn't know that
Oh,
she ride bikes.
Yeah, I feel like I heard her talk about that before in the past. But I ain't trying to lie on her, that's for sure. I'm gonna ask her to double check. But I think I heard her mention that before.
listen. Any lady that has some like on a motorcycle, two thumbs up. Always a good thing. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there
Oh,
she is right
RY
there.
is up in the chat. She said we will have to link up this year.
That's right. Yes,
Nice.
RY. I'm looking forward to it, dear.
Yeah, I
Right
think she
on.
do the biking club. But yeah, I do appreciate y'all's time. I'm gonna go ahead and close it up. But thank y'all for coming up. Let me go ahead and move back over
Thanks,
here.
Jadon. Toya, this was fun, dear. Try it. I
Bye.
mean, stay out
Oh
there and
yeah, y'all could
do
do
some
closing
cycling.
words. Y'all could do closing words.
I guess I'll close and I'll drop. Happy Sunday. June 1st is tomorrow. Happy Pride. Happy Juneteenth. Um, be yourself. Take care. Drink a lot of water and be nice to people unless they're an asshole to you. All right. Those are my closing words.
Thank
Au
you,
revoir.
Toya.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Toya.
And so RY did say, I ride, but not a bike. Get me talking like this while I'm headed to church. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I thought you was a biker. Somebody do biking. It's some woman that do biking. But yeah, do you have any closing words, Ro?
You know what, Jadon? Just that this was a great panel. I love the it was very interesting, the whole conversation. And like Toya said, Pride is coming up. I just hope everybody can have a good time and experience who they are and just love it. Learn to love it if they aren't already in the process. So yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna have a good time, Jadon. We got it coming.
We do have it coming, and that's why I'm gonna try to see what Atlanta has to offer. Even though I know mostly the pride that the black people do here is the one that's Labor Day weekend. Um, but we do typically have like a pride events and stuff, but they call it the white people pride in June.
Oh, really? The white people pride.
Yeah, we got white pride and we got black pride. White pride is typically June, which is the generalized pride month. But then Labor Day weekend is where they have black gay pride. And that's typically where all the black gay people go out to Piedmont. A lot of the artists come out and do concert performances at Piedmont Park, and it's free to go. Just go to the park, and I think that's their way of giving back to the countless people in the community that support them and support their careers.
I was at the Black Pride last year then, because I remember it was mainly all black artists. Oh, okay. Mhm.
Hmm. Yeah, and I know that too. They have, of course, people be. I saw your message, top notch. Of course, people go to the gay clubs and bulldogs and things like that. It used to be a couple of lesbian spots, but the last time I went to my sister's room, it was just a whole bunch of white people, and then they had go-go dancers. I wasn't too impressed, but
Oh, wow.
normally the spoken word poetry spots are typically the spots that we go to just to listen to poetry or something.
We got a place down here, Jaden. I hope to visit one day too, for the spoken word, because it looked really nice. It looked real comfy, and they had, it seemed like they had little nerves. So
Hmm. Yeah, you got to get out there and take a walk on the wild side, Ro. I know you can do it.
yeah. All right, give me your helmet. I'm gonna go ahead and get on that motorcycle, dear.
Right. Well, that's the thing because now that you done started wearing your cat boy outfit, I feel like you trying to come out your shell a little bit.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was
I'm
fun.
gonna go ahead and shut it down. But thank you again, Ro, for coming up.
Oh, you're welcome, Jada. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks, dear.
All right. And this was done perfect timing because I have gave y'all a good live. I had some great engagement. I had some great discussions, talking points, and did all of that before noon. So now it is noon. I do want to thank my donations from Black Swan. They are much appreciated. I also want to thank all of my members. I want to thank all of my panelists, and I want to thank all of my supporters. Hopefully, this discussion will help y'all beyond YouTube because the download men exist everywhere, including in your everyday life. So hopefully this discussion will help you be able to point them out. Hopefully you're able to protect yourself as women and as gay, out and proud gay men, be able to protect yourself from the down low man. And just so that you can know that they are being down low by choice and none of it is your fault. And thank you so much, Angela White, for contributing to my goal. It is appreciated. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Y'all take care, be blessed, don't stress. I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all Pride Zulu once more. And thank you, Angela White. Thank you to Black Swan for the donations today. So we got Pride Zulu, which I'm gonna see if I could get this Pride Zulu turned into something. Like kind of like his Superman Zulu. But y'all take care, be blessed, don't stress. And I will see y'all on the flip side. Bye y'all.